town, so we do have to compete. And one of my favorite quotes from our recent Redefining Our Schools process was a parent who actually stood up and said, if they don't know, they won't go. And I think it's a good message. It reminds us that we do have to be present in our community and make sure that there's awareness around our schools. So the next page, investing in marketing. Thanks to all of you, we have a $1.2 million budget that will help us raise our profile, enhance brand awareness, and promote our programs in schools. The circle basically shows some of the pieces that need to come together in order to really effectively market our schools, and that includes obviously using Beacon, who created our spots, own channels, we will continue to promote through ParentLink and all of our other channels that we do have internally. Mass media, we have Nadine Drew here today who will talk a little bit about that. Customer service, obviously, we have to make sure that we are taking care of our customers, not just new customers either, new parents or new students. We have to take care of our current existing families as well. The good news is that using a conservative FTE of $8,000 per student, the $1.2 million budget pays for itself once we have 150 new or retained students. So that's something to keep in mind, that as we move forward, our investments will become break even at minimum, and hopefully will bring a profit. The next page. Marketing plan objectives, as I mentioned, amplifying awareness, strengthening our customer service, optimizing our mass media resources. Something that's very important that John alluded to as well is that we can't tell our story ourselves entirely. We have to also empower our schools to tell their own story. So a key component of this plan is to create marketing tools for our school principals to use in getting their message out to their communities. Again, with the goals, the overarching goals being to retain, recapture, and recruit students in an effort to stabilize enrollment and grow our market share against our competition. Next page. There are really several main target audiences that we're talking to. Families of students who are currently at BCPS, parents of students that are attending private charters and parochial schools in place of BCPS. And then on a much more global basis, Broward County households with school-age children, age 5 to 17, as well as families that are just becoming new families, if you will, with kids 0 to 5. We have to start talking to those families before they even make these decisions. I'm from New York, and I know that lots of families would make plans for college after an infant was born. So there's a whole plan for some families. So we have to speak to those families as well. Next page. Very briefly, this is our time frame. We continue to leverage our assets. We've done the creative. We worked with all of the media companies that you'll see in a second. We've negotiated the rates, day parts, and programming, et cetera. We are an in-house agency, so we save the organization a 15% markup on any media that we buy by representing ourselves, if you will. If we were using a third party, we would have to pay another 15% typically to them. We're in phase 2, which is really using a mix of owned and paid media to amplify the message and build awareness. Then we're working, in tandem, we're working on building the school toolkit with templates and resources. I also want to test direct mail. That's a big initiative because we do need to get into folks' homes, not just through our channels like paid media, TV, et cetera, but there's something powerful to be said about having a piece of an envelope addressed to you and in your mailbox that has become less and less favorable in the sense that, nobody's reading their mail, but in fact, it stands out in your mailbox potentially. So I'd like to at least test it as a way to really borrow a page from our competitors who use it pretty extensively. And then obviously continuous improvement going forward, rolling out a new school and district website with a simplified enrollment process on the back end. It's a big, big goal. So we will be part of that and have a place at the table. On the next page, I'd like to just play one of these spots. If the team could play athletics. These are 15-second commercials that are airing, and we have quite a few. I can't see that. Congratulations. I don't know what that says. So just remove that and hit play. And sound will help. Sound.
Cheerleading to soccer, the best schools for student athletes. Choose the best. Choose BCPS.
Do you mind replaying that, guys? Thank you.
Broward County Public Schools, world-class athletic programs. From football to volleyball, cheerleading to soccer, the best schools for student athletes. Choose the best. Choose BCPS.
So this is one of 13 15-second spots that we've created, each with a different theme, some more general than others, but we wanted to specify something around athletics. We have one on kindergarten, we have two in Spanish, one in Creole, and then different spots that actually speak to safety and security, school choice, and electives, which are things that set us apart from the competition. So we created very, very specific commercials around those themes, and we're targeting our media with them as well. So next page. Worked with our amazing demographics team, Joe Beck, to find out, well, if we were able to market in Broward County only, what households do we want to reach? We go back to our target audience. We know that we want to reach a certain group of families here in Broward County with kids at home. And we used the percentage of students that are attending charter schools by zip code as one indicator to see if we could target those families in particular and those homes. So the zip codes that you see reflect zip codes with the highest percentage of students attending charter schools, with the exception of the last three, Lauderhill, Deerfield Beach, and Fort Lauderdale. Those three zip codes at the very bottom have a ton of volume. So they may not have as big a percentage in terms of charters, but they do have a significant amount of volume of students who are attending charter schools. So we included those as well. These zips reflect 79% of all charter students at Broward County and 57% of BCPS students. So there's a gap there, obviously. So it seems like it's the right group of people to target, and it's something that we were able to do with Comcast, Scripps Digital, the Cox Media Group, Sun Sentinel, and Local 10 News. So those are the media outlets that are specifically reaching these targeted zip codes in Broward County. Next page and the page after that. So we worked with all of our network affiliates that are local, and if you could play the lower left real quick, this is a promotional video.
CBS News Miami is sponsored by Broward County Public Schools.
So that's just an example of a tag that was given to us as added value by CBS. The bottom right shows the kinds of day parts and programming that we looked at. We looked at rates very carefully. We are running on things like the Panthers games right now. Those Panthers games charge a lot for a spot, and we're getting it at half off, but it's still $600 per airing per 15 seconds. Yet it's reaching a real Broward community, because the Panthers have become sort of adopted by Broward County. So I think they're great, but we're also doing talk shows, sports and local news, and of course, local and network news, which is where a lot of parents spend their day, especially women at home. Good Morning America, to the Today Show, we're running on those as well. On the next page, we started the campaign this year with previews. You may have seen our commercials at the movies over the holidays. We started with 12 screens here in Broward County. 173 screens, 12 theaters. We only targeted certain kinds of films. We would not be on Gladiator 2 or any of the horror films that are out there right now. but all of the family fare that appears during December, we were there. We also had the clips playing in the lobbies. So as you walk into a movie theater, you'd be able to see our spot in the lobby, and then when you get into the theater, see it as a preview. We've had over 30,000 airings over the 9-week period. We end at the end of January, beginning of February.
Just
And
a quick survey in the room. If you've seen our ads on one of these, please raise your hand.
Okay,
They're working.
they're working. And then Joe Cox, Dr. Hepburn suggested we speak about running in the IMAX theater at Mods, and we are piggybacking 2 spots at a time in daytime documentaries and evening IMAX films. It requires a very different scale, but Beacon was able to deliver what they needed. So far so good. It's a great way to capture a very select audience that is going to the movies. On the next page, we are also on radio doing seasonal spots and sports, but if we could play that radio spot first at the very top. At the top.
County Public Schools delivers a world-class tuition-free education from pre-K through high school and beyond. Discover hundreds of academic, athletic, college, and career pathways, including innovative robotics, aerospace, nursing, and cybersecurity programs in their A-rated district. Unlock your students' potential and help them fulfill their dreams. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Visit browardschools.com/choose BCPS today.
So that's one of our disc jockeys who read the script, and the first time she recorded it, she said Aerosmith instead of aerospace. So we sent her back to the drawing board with that one. We probably would have gotten, but we would have done better with that one. If you play the one below it, this is a Hallmark video on their Countdown to Christmas programming. I don't know if you
Just like the ones in the movies.
Hallmark is making it a December to remember.
It's perfect.
It's a month filled with joy, wonder, and movies.
Am I dreaming?
Countdown to Christmas, all season long, only on Hallmark Channel.
This message is brought to you by Broward County Public Schools. Choose the best. Choose BCPS. Learn more at browardschools.com/choose BCPS.
So as you see, we're everywhere with that tagline. People are definitely reacting. On the next page, you see our targeted digital placements, and there's a map of the charter schools zip codes with the black zip codes here at the bottom reflect the most number of charter school attendees. So this is where I mentioned earlier that I can target specific households through these kinds of media buys. And we'll be interested in seeing how that works out for us. On the next page, one of the key metrics that we're going to be using, obviously, to assess the campaign's performance is impressions. Are we reaching the right demographic? Are we reaching the right audience? This is data that will become actual over time. So I'm waiting for the logs to be provided by all of the stations to confirm our audience assumptions. But right now, under the assumptions that they've provided, we will reach 23 million approximately folks, or have 23 million impressions across the South Florida area, which is one DMA, and 14 million impressions in just Broward County homes alone. The CPM, or cost per thousand impressions, which is a traditional metric that is used to measure television results in particular, will final close to the $20 benchmark that I actually set. In terms of, from my experience, that is what most folks get when they're doing brand advertising. And as you can see, looking at the DMA, the CPM will be closer to $14. Once you start targeting and get more and more granular in who you're targeting, the CPM goes up. But to pay for this flight, which is $322,000, we need 40 students to break even. And that goes into the very next page, which talks about our analytics and what we will be looking at in the coming weeks. And we're looking at it already, but pre-logs and post-logs, which spots cleared the station, because you can hope to clear, and then a calamity happens like the LA fires, and that could preempt your spot very easily. or Jimmy Carter's passing may have had an impact for a few days. Those kinds of things, big news events. What we do know is that we don't want to be airing during a presidential election because prices skyrocket. So that's one of the reasons we waited until December to really roll out our campaign. School choice application volume is something we'll be looking at. We're using Google Analytics to track our page visits, which are looking really good on a daily basis. And then landing page, you'll see in a second, we've created a landing page where folks can go, and it's at browardschools.com/choose BCPS. It's on everything we're doing, where folks can go in and submit an inquiry form if they're interested in enrolling at one of our schools or want more information or want a tour. They will be able to do that through this form. And we're working with IT and schools to track all of these resulting actions. This is ongoing, and we will continue to look at the metrics as they become available. On the next page, just a real quick overview of the landing page. As you can see, the call to action is this browardschools.com/choose BCPS, which drives prospects to a landing page where they can submit a form, an inquiry on enrollment. They can research our schools, find information on school choice, and obtain additional registration information. It's a very dynamic page with a ton of information for families. And prospective parents on the next page can submit the enrollment inquiry. It's literally a Microsoft form, get more information, indicate an interest in attending, schedule a tour or school visit, request a call back from the school staff, or inquire about specific needs and accommodations. And with that, none of this will succeed if we don't have exceptional customer service on the back end when folks show up. We need to be speaking their language, and we need to meet them where they are. So to that end, and to close the deal, I'd like to introduce Farah Wilson, who is leading our customer service initiative.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I am Farah Wilson, the Director of Marketing and Strategic Communications. And with everything that Jose shared, we believe exceptional customer service is at the heart of a thriving educational community. The Superintendent's Customer Service Initiative launched in the fall of 2024 and is designed to ensure that every student, family, and staff member experiences a positive, engaging, and caring environment at every touch point. Next slide. Our customer service philosophy is built on 3 essential pillars: attitude, communication, and behavior, the ABCs of customer service. We greet every customer with a positive attitude, creating a welcoming space for all who enter our schools and district offices. Communication, we prioritize responsiveness, ensuring every inquiry is addressed within 1 business day with professionalism and clarity. Not that we will resolve it in 1 business day, but you communicate and you respond to let them know that the inquiry has been reached. Behavior, we demonstrate mindfulness by being fully present and treating all stakeholders with respect and value. Next slide. This initiative isn't just about sharing those standards. It's about the people within our organization, from the front office staff to classroom staff, our security staff, and everyone on our school campuses and our district sites. They must be trained and provided support and guidance in order to meet these expectations and build trust with our community. We have been able to share through communication channels. There's a flyer that was created in the email signatures of our schools and district offices. They have been giving us survey feedback. So to truly assess how we are meeting these standards, capturing data is essential. Since our initial rollout, we have collected over 1,400 responses for schools. The current data reflects a 4.1 rating on a 5-point scale. A snapshot of the data is included in the appendix, and a plan to capture more feedback for additional communication channels has been shared with principals. As one of the superintendent's top priorities, he and senior leadership regularly monitor this data in the process improvement dashboard to track progress and identify areas of growth. Also, schools and district departments have been given access to detailed reports from the data collected, empowering them to follow up and make meaningful improvements in customer service, in their customer service delivery. Next slide. This initiative has been rolled out in 3 strategic phases. We're just beginning. We rolled it out, as I stated earlier, in the fall of 2024, introducing the foundational customer service standards across all schools and departments. We have been collecting data, and now we're moving into phase 2, where we're providing targeted support based on that data and training for select schools needing help with enrollment support. And then phase 3, we will use all of the data collected this year to improve the training and support and resources to our schools and departments and move up our benchmark of support in the district.
And as Farah was saying, this is not just schools, this is departments. Right. Our number 1 secret shopper is actually the superintendent. He will be calling department near you soon because he calls whenever he has free time. So make sure you're answering your phone, number 1, and you're providing customer service because it could be the superintendent. So we want to ensure that we're not holding the schools at a higher standard than we are departments. We want to ensure that customer service starts from us and ends at the schools. Thanks, Farah.
Right. And with that, our goal is building a culture of excellence in Broward County Public Schools, one positive experience at a time. And it's not something that we can do overnight, but we are committed to ensuring that we move the needle as it relates to customer service to retain and recapture students in Broward County Public Schools. And then I'll turn it over to Nadine, who's going to share a little bit about mass media and how we're all working together for one goal.
Good morning, everyone. I am Nadine Drew, Communications Specialist with the mass media team. I've had the privilege and honor of working with Broward County Public Schools for nearly 30 years, actually, just a few months away from my 30-year mark. Much of that time I've spent creating content to positively impact the way our community perceives and understands BCPS. Unfortunately, our director, Kayla Concepcion, is not able to be here this morning, but I'm happy to share with you some of the exciting ways that the mass media team supports the Choose BCPS, Choose the Best, Choose BCPS. The slides 23 and 24 provide a snapshot of our mass media team and the volume of work that we manage. You'll see there that a significant portion of the work focuses on what we call earned media. That means that we strive to secure media coverage for the district through our proactive efforts rather than relying on paid advertising. Our primary goal is to showcase the incredible work happening within our schools and across the district. We actively seek out opportunities to highlight student achievements, innovative programs, and the dedication of our educators. Slide 25. Within the Choose the Best, Choose BCPS campaign, our team is actively supporting the marketing efforts by coordinating a variety of interview and promotional opportunities. For example, at Channel 4, we're coordinating 2 live weather shots today. This is a good opportunity for me to give a shout out to my colleague, Kathy Brennan, who is on site at one of the schools this morning to offer assistance in these segments that will provide valuable opportunities to highlight specific schools and their programs in areas where enrollment is lower or where charter schools have a strong presence. At Channel 10, Dr. Hepburn yesterday participated in a one-on-one interview to discuss why BCPS is the best choice for parents. At WSFL, later this week, Dr. Fulton will be featured in a segment, a one-on-one discussion regarding the district's vast variety of choices for our students. And at Channel 7, we have secured 3 one-minute promotional spots. For these spots, we've collaborated with Dr. Hepburn, our Principal of the Year, Cassandra Freed, and our Teacher of the Year, Claudia Singh-Conrad. Hope I
You said it.
I said it. Thank you. Worked hard at that. We've worked with these three to showcase the unique strengths and benefits to a BCPS education. We'll now share with you one of the promotional spots that feature our Teacher of the Year.
For Broward County Public Schools, Claudia Synchronrat is here to tell us why.
Broward County Public Schools are amazing. Our schools are so good because we prepare our children intellectually. But what makes us really great is that we have a program for every single student in this county. We know how to address children that need extra help or more academics, but we also have the sports. We have the clubs, we have debate, we have chess, we have technical programs, we have magnet schools. We take care of our students in their social settings, their emotional needs, and we also try to open them up to their dreams and to careers they may not even have considered. All of this together will make a very good education.
Visit browardschools.com/choose BCPS.
Starting this week, you can view this promo and the two others that I mentioned that Dr. Hepburn and Principal Freed will be featured in Saturday mornings, Channel 7. Thank you for the opportunity to share, represent the mass media team, and I will now turn this presentation back over to Jose. I believe we're looking at a social media update now.
Yes, thank you, Nadine.
You're welcome.
Just to give you all an update on our social media progress, our followers continue to grow. We've grown 92% in the past 5 years in terms of followers to our different platforms. As you'll see here, the big one being Instagram and other, because those are the ones that have come up in the recent past. And you can see Instagram is up by nearly 5 times in just since July of this past year. District followers have grown 53% over the last 5 years, an additional 25% since July. So there's been quite a bit of activity, and I believe some of it is due to pointing people to our campaign. We have the most followers on X, which may or may not be a good thing, but we consider it a good thing, of any district in Florida, with 167,000 active followers on Twitter, or X, sorry. And again, Instagram followers have continued to grow in rapid numbers. The other category includes Threads and YouTube. Threads being the alternative to X and Twitter, which is not being hugely embraced, but it is active, so we want to have a presence there.
And I want to say the team does a good job of meeting the followers where they're at. So meaning, if you look at Instagram, which I will encourage you not to because you might tell me to do it differently, it's really meant for the students and not for the parents. So we're more edgy, for lack of a better description, but we've really been able to grow our Instagram following based on that interaction with the students, which we think it's important that we're also capturing the students because ultimately they're our number one end user.
And then they're doing recordings with my voice. Right?
There is a great AI of Mr. Perez closing down schools.
Yes. Talking about big ass.
Not officially Broward.
Next slide. I want to talk quickly about our upcoming plans, and I want to give a shout out to our Caliber Awards, which are coming up in February, early February the 7th, which present another opportunity for us to make a connection with our community and our employees, of course. We will be airing that live on Beacon TV for the first time, so that's exciting. We aired it live last year. This is the second year in a row. But other things that we're doing, the BCPS Showcase, which is this evening at Amarant Bank. School tours and roundouts. We've been working very closely with Dr. Fulton and a work group around making sure that we standardize and have a cohesive plan on how to handle school tours, for example, and our kindergarten roundups. We're working on school marketing toolkits, as I mentioned earlier, which is critical. Engaging school marketing services providers. We want to test direct mail, launch a new website, and test other potential enrollment efforts. So just a quick examples of those. On the left, you have a couple of The examples that we're using tonight, including in the middle, is that postcard. The postcard is on the right, the schedule a school tour, which we will be handing out this evening for anyone who wants to schedule a school tour. It's a QR code that'll take you right to a page, the landing page. You will fill out an inquiry form, and we will follow up. And then kindergarten roundups are coming up soon as well. So the school marketing toolkits will include things like re-enrollment and reserve seating letters, which is something that the charter schools do very well, and they do it to our students. They will tell you that you have a reserved seat at one of our schools, or rather at their school, when in fact, they're not enrolled at that school. So we're going to borrow a page from the competition and make sure that we are following suit and doing similar activities like that. But for example, an invitation to attend, welcome letters, using parent and student testimonials, making sure that we have a profile, an active profile on things like niche.com, and then confirmation and gratitude emails. So we're in the process now of designing sales templates and tools, including school brochures, points of pride flyers. These are things that have not existed in the past to support our schools that they urgently need. So we are working very collaboratively with them to make sure that they have those tools in their toolbox. Video sizzle reels are challenging, but we are working through the schools and giving them that as well. Next page. Marketing service providers, they run the gamut on enrollment, so we are investigating quite a few of these, but an example might be School Mint, another one is niche.com, but there are other organizations that specialize in being out in the field, for example, at community events. Unless the schools can actually manage to that, we are looking at other opportunities to do that. We're a team of, 3, 4? So we'd like to be at every event, but we can't. But we are going to be focused on that. Enrollment microsites, working with School Mint and looking at that. These are things that have not yet been approved as part of the budget, but we will be bringing those to the table. And then I want to mention Google reviews, which never go away, unfortunately. You can't just remove them from Google. And we have to do something about those reviews. And the way that you do it is by engaging parents and students now to have them submit new reviews so that they can improve the algorithm. But we do need to work on those because a lot of them are very old and very negative. Let's just put it that way. So things change. The next page is testing direct mail. Those are just a couple of examples of education-related mailings that I've pulled up, but I think a letter in an envelope is very impactful versus a postcard. But we can look and actually test one against the other, and when I say test, I mean A/B testing, really control for the different variables that could affect response. And at the end of the day, you want people to take action. Which one will drive the higher action and the bigger number of leads? Next page, which is our last page. We have actually 2 more pages. We are working on a new and improved district website. We always take a lot of inspiration from Dr. Hepburn's comment on complexity causes confusion, and we have a pretty complex website today. So what we're working towards is a much fresher approach that is much more consumer-friendly, fresh look and feel. We have a hero showcase banner. We're working with Final Site as we speak. Easier navigation, fewer clicks, less scrolling. I can't believe the number of people that don't scroll. I mean, it is amazing. If you're above the fold, you tend to act. Yet you can't put everything above the fold. So you have to really encourage folks to interact with the page. And we are working on that right now with a target implementation date of May. And then the last page, which are some of the other programs that I'm really keen on pursuing, a realtor partnership and sales tools. Our realtors in the market are probably a key ambassador for our schools. We have to make sure that they're armed with information that is positive and that they can share with prospective buyers, home buyers. Pediatrician offices. what a great place to capture an audience, right? So the waiting room signage has changed quite a bit. Today it's much more interactive in offices. However, Miami-Dade has done a similar program where they're getting a postcard in every dentist's office, as an example. So I want to target pediatricians, so in a good way. And we will be talking to them about take ones and samples of our schools, et cetera. Immigrant families are critical in Broward County, where you have a significant number of families migrating from South America who are used to a charter, uniforms only, very rigid kind of environments. So we have to educate those families and use things like the amazing International Welcome Center that Vicki and her team have created to make sure they feel comfortable with our schools and understand how we do things here in the United States. New parent resources. I'm not above speaking to women and families as soon as a baby is born. We used to have a hospital program where we used to give them a gift bag as soon as the baby was born to introduce them to Broward County Public Schools. I want to resurface that. I think it's a great idea. And then, oh my gosh, we have a big asset in alumnus, and we don't speak to our alumni that we need to, I feel. There are great ambassadors for us, so I want to be doing more of that, and figuring out how to even create them, to give them the title of a brand ambassador for our schools. We have had tremendous support from alumni who are playing in the Panthers, for example, or in the NFL. So why not leverage those important, visible ambassadors? And that is our plan, an update on our plan. Thank you.
We'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair. I just want to take a quick opportunity to thank my colleagues on Cabinet. We can't do this work without them. They've made themselves and their teams available to ensure that this is successful. Thank you.
If I could just add to that real quick, and I'll be coming back to ask for additional funding so for next year, how to get that in. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
No public speakers, Madam Chair.
Great, so we'll go to board discussion. Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. I'll be quick. And to your last point about, reaching families in pediatrician offices and at the hospital, I think that would be really beneficial. And my interest is particularly in informing the public of the different child care options that we have, because they are affordable and excellent. And, most of the young parents the parents of young children that I know are really struggling with accessing child care. And I think we've talked about doing a better job of advertising this to our employees on our website. I would really like to see a hub on our website to say are you a parent? Are you a parent and an employee? Here are your options. Because we have great options, but maybe I'm missing it, but when I Google Broward Schools child care, I'm not seeing it. So when we're talking about redoing our website, I think, this is a real need, and this is a way to capture people very early on, so they can see how excellent the services that we offer are in our schools. So again, I will reiterate, I would really like to see a child care hub on our website, but also sharing that information in the hospitals, in the pediatrician offices, even at playgrounds and things like that, public libraries. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I want to take a little privilege and thank you for the presentation. I know you all are media people, so it's not too much of a surprise that you did an amazing job on this presentation, but we see a lot of presentations, and this one is just absolutely very, very professional, and I appreciate that. To Ms. Leonardi's point, I would suggest that doing something even better might involve more of an integrated effort. I don't think we have enough daycare centers in our schools where we have space. And we ought to think about that as a way to capture folks, because then you don't have to catch them in the pediatrician or catch them, riding down 595 or on listening to a radio station or going to a movie. Those spots are terrific, but that's a traditional marketing. And one of the things I think we should think about is taking advantage of the scale. We're 4 times bigger than public charter schools. But each public charter school is either managed by a single company or has a small base. I think the biggest charter school management company in Broward County is 5,000 students, and we have almost 200,000. And so this is something we can do, and they're not likely to do. It wouldn't be efficient for a management company of a public charter school to spend money on radio or TV or movie theaters, because it just would be kind of dramatically expensive for what they might get. But I think that if we thought about providing early learning centers wherever we have space, we're very likely to capture more of them. And again, you talked about A/B tests, and those are wonderful kinds of things to do to test. But I suspect, without having read anything about this, that if you go to a local public school for daycare and you get to know the school and you know where it is and you get to know some of the teachers, not just your own, but some of the K and early education teachers in those schools, you're at least very likely to consider that school, if not more likely to attend. So I'm tickled that we're taking advantage of scale. I think that we ought to not just market better to parents and to daycare customers, but I think we should do more of it. I mean, we could easily double or triple the number of daycare or early learning centers we have in Broward County, and that would lead us to inevitably greater FTE. I also want to borrow from one of our competimates, which is a combination of competitor and teammates, which is what public charter schools are to us in many cases. Our competimates incentivize their school leaders to recruit people to come to their schools. I can't think of anybody that's more persuasive to parents than principals. I mean, other parents are, teachers are, the people you know on the pickleball court and where they sent their kids, those are all influential, but a school principal can go to an HOA meeting, can go to a Rotary Club, Lions Club, chamber meeting, and can talk about the specific experience of that community-based school and carry influence like 1,000 Twitter posts. You post on Twitter, is that the right thing? Just want to check that. So I think if we're going to do even better, I think we have to think about beyond marketing from a passive marketing media perspective and start thinking structurally about things like the number of seats we have in early learning centers and the amount of time that we free up school leaders to go do critical things. We already ask school leaders to work long days. Times like tonight, we ask them to work well into the evening, many nights. But if we freed up time during the day for them to go on and do community meetings, I think we'd be borrowing from public charter schools who do a really good job getting them out. The only question, Chair, that I would have, and it's a rhetorical question, not to be answered right now, but it's a really big, hairy kind of question. How do we know if 150 students show up as a result of this investment? I know corporations have a really, really difficult time kind of coming up with hard data about advertising or marketing in general, and I wasn't looking for an answer right now, but it is something.
We have one.
I'm sorry.
We do have one.
I'm ready.
Thankfully,
this is good. We'll educate the corporate world.
How
will we know?
Sure.
Sullivan.
So that intake form, again, so it's not a perfect system, but and I think, Ms. Wilson, we have about 120 or so that have already expressed interest through that form. So what FAIR has been doing is making sure that the principals at those schools that the students or the families are interested in, that they make contact with that student. So we're going to have names of those families. So what we're going to do is once we have the enrollment data, we're going to compare those names to see if they actually did enroll. So that's one of the mechanisms to track. But Jose probably has a couple more. But that's definitely one that we can simply check. Also, our numbers, we fluctuate between 2,000 and 3,000 that we've lost every year. I think if we can change the trajectory of that, it's probably because of the marketing campaign. I know it's hard to say for definitively, but again, if you look at the history of the enrollment, if we can make a dent in that, I think it would be a big part of this initiative. But Mr. Perez, you want to add?
Yes, well said, John. That's one of many ways that we have to look at return on investment. We have to look at audience, who we're reaching, and then action, right? The behavior. Are they coming into the schools? Are they asking for school tours? So there are multiple dynamic data points, including the school tours, for example. But the question is closing the deal. Can we close the deal when folks are attending our schools or visiting. And so we need to keep track of those important elements, because it's not just one variable, right? There are multiple things that go into a decision of where to send your student. But I do think I'm excited to see that the enrollment inquiry are coming in pretty significantly. 120 qualified leads, if you will. If we think of the lead model, now you have to work those leads and make sure that you're communicating with those leads and closing that deal. So to John's point, we will be looking at comparatively, were those kids in school before? Remember, part of this is also retention, because folks are leaving the district. So how many of those can we keep as a result of these important initiatives like customer service and having the principals out there? So one of many, but I agree with Dr. Zeman that there are other ways to get quantitative data around actions that folks are taking. And I love the idea of reaching that preschool population in particular, because where they may not be part of our enrollment number, we know that we're being set up for the future, right? And they'll come back to us. So I really think that's an important point.
Just one more question for me, at least. Are we going to do a graduation splash page like some of our private schools and public charters do?
If you mean a landing page, yeah, we do that every year.
I'm talking about in the newspaper, centerfold. Here's 120 of our high school graduates going to Brown and Naval Academy and Harvard. And
we actually do that.
We do that every year through the partnership of, I'm looking at Nadine, the Alliance.
The
Alliance. So we do that every year. They actually sponsor it for us. It's a lot of work, but I think it's important work because it highlights the success of our students, and we celebrate the vows and salves every year.
And we do that in the largest local circulation paper?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Wonderful. And we also put it on our website as well.
And theirs.
And
so
theirs.
We have quite a bit of traffic on that, but we feature about, 40, 50 students at minimum in the Spadia ad.
And we've been trying to include the superintendent during his interactions with the promo videos to highlight, and we all need to do a better job of how many scholarships our students are getting, what type of universities they're getting into, what type of careers that they're getting to if they're jumping right into the workforce, and also the fact that they leave our system with some degrees which greatly reduces their cost of college when they do go on to higher education.
And that's a great point, actually, John, that we're not just looking at students to go to college, right? Some kids want to go into trade. So that's why some of our spots feature our CTASE programs and work opportunities, career opportunities.
Terrific. Thank you very much for all the hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues that brought up success stories and really making sure that we're trying to meet the needs of our employees. There's two things that I've mentioned before, shared with our superintendent. The first one was past student success stories, why I went to BCPS, how am I doing now in this job. I have several students, at least that keep in touch with me, that have been former students, and it's been a while since I've been in the classroom, but they are on their second major career type move. And the same thing about people here at this building. If you're not talking about, listen first of all, and then it's, okay, I love this guy, he has great desire to move forward, but he thinks he has to leave the district to do so. No. And you just kind of gently ask what they're looking for and get them going to the right position or, class, do a tour. That's what we do, and I'm happy to say several of my students are working for us right here in the building, which is cool. So it's important that we remember that our employees they're a untapped potential, let's just say that. Same thing with substitutes. We need to get that out. Okay, let me see, page 9. And I think this has been answered before, but I can't think of it. At what grade level are the families choosing to have their children leave? What grade, what age? Where does that happen?
So we have some information on that. It's primarily in the transition grades from kindergarten to first, in particular from 5th to 6th, 8th to 9th.
Gotcha.
So those transitional years are really critical, that we're speaking to those families in particular. And to your other point, Mrs. Rupert, our alumnus, our employees are our best ambassadors at the end of the day. So we do have to leverage them and give them the tools to leverage.
Right. I mean, there's nothing that's more powerful as when people are being honest and engaged and excited. You know, I had no idea. You know, and your 2 seconds of walking in the hallway, sharing with somebody that because you overheard what was going on in their life and that they were looking for something, and they asked for help. And I'm not sure who actually mentioned this, but our employees are recruiting. I think it was Dr. Zeman. I've been out to dinner before, and I've shared this story. A former admin at Stoneman Douglas, she was working the tables like a pro, and said that when she finds someone who's in the field, chemistry, biology, whatever it may be, they're looking. Another part is that they're looking at their age. They've done whatever they wanted to do, but they want to give back. So they're open to that. So there's a lot of entry points I think that we miss, and I think it's an important part that, you know, we look at everybody as an opportunity for us to help them. You know, I never go, hey, you're here doing this job, you know, why don't you think about doing something else? That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is you have a conversation, and then you share what we have actually going for you. So I'd say definitely getting the numbers out, the options out to our target audience, which actually should include our employees. And I agree 1,000% with Dr. Zeman and Ms. Leonardi about that 0 to 3, you know, which is one of the reasons I asked us to go forward with that, and the board was very, very helpful, but we haven't had any more movement. We talked about the child care situation, and we're losing teachers, you know, and I think I just forwarded Dr. Hepburn, the one lady who actually brought forward, and she has twins and under 3, and she's a teacher and doesn't want to leave. So let's once again reach a hand out, olive branch, because those are easy takes. You know, you're fixing somebody's desire and their problem by showing them an opportunity. So that's all I got. Thanks.
That actually, Mrs. Rupert, speaks to the whole point of this, which is if they don't know, they won't go. Right? And we have to keep remembering that, folks, we are our own salespeople. We've got to be out there and speaking proudly about our experiences at BCPS, and you're absolutely right. Employees are key to that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhuda.
Thank you. So amazing presentation. We've really come such a long way.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm clapping in the room. Sorry.
But of course, you know, we can always improve. So I'm going to give some suggestions. So my first thing is on our website. You know, one of the things I keep thinking about is when someone goes to our website, how do they access our schools? Schools should be like one of the main headings. So right after About Us, it should be schools. Right now we have schools under directory, and it's too many clicks to get to that. And we don't want people to become frustrated with our website when they're trying to access our schools. Okay, my first
Agreed.
suggestion.
Thank you.
Question is, with our alumni, do we have the ability to email our alumni?
I'd have to investigate, but I don't believe so. I believe that they are purged from the system. I don't know. Mr. Davis may have a...
But usually, probably the easiest way to get that information is from the schools, the principal.
Okay, so that, Dr. Hepburn, I would think is a great opportunity we have to figure out all those emails and then to be
We could
able
start
to...
perhaps coming up with a way how to start collecting them, but we just have to work through all the issues of getting that type of information. But I think we definitely can do it. I mean, even yesterday when the superintendent was doing his promo video for this campaign, newscaster that was interviewing him was one of our students, went to Cypress Bay and graduated in 2009, and it was a great interaction because he was through the promo video talk about how he's a BCPS former alum. So we just got to do a better job of. We know we have tremendous success stories out there. We just got to figure out how to get them to showcase us.
Perfect. Next, I think that we do some of this, but I don't think we do enough student testimonials, and it could be done at the school level. But then at the end of the student testimonial, or maybe at the end of every one of our videos, is that choose the best, choose BCPS, that 6-second, whatever that is, at the end of it. So there's some common video, someone can see that. But the students are the influencers, and I don't think we're accessing them, engaging them enough to speak to what's going on at that school in that video. And it doesn't have to be Beacon Professional. It can just be a cell phone video. But I think we need to train. Well, the students probably can tell us better how to do it.
They probably can train us.
Right. But how to hold the video, right? How to hold your camera, for what angle, for what platform, how to do tagging. I don't think we do a good enough job with tagging people.
We've got better, thanks to you.
Yes, we've got better, but we still forget, and we don't tag enough. And I don't know necessarily if the schools have that training to know how to tag or who I'm tagging, and even to tag the superintendent or school board members. That's how you're going to get that information out on the social media.
We definitely want to empower our school leaders. Me and the superintendent, we were at Riverside, and she had a brochure with a QR code. You scanned a QR code. You had the kids talking about the school. I mean, it was an amazing. What she did that on her own. So, but we know our school leaders are extremely busy, so that's why we want to make toolkits. To your point, so we empower them to be able to do that, because there's no way we can do that for 236 schools. And to your point, the students, especially on social media, are the greatest influencers. And we know if they see our programs, they're going to be nudging their parents to go to specific schools for specific programs. So we completely agree we need to do a better job of leveraging our students.
It's all about word of mouth also. I think that's the number one most priority channel.
Right.
In all honesty, it's what people perceive and what they tell their friends and how they present the opportunity. So another school that's done this really well is Piper High. Marie Hodigan did a great job creating a flyer, a brochure, trifold brochure that really sells Piper High. And we heard from parents in the community how that one brochure influenced their decision to send their child to Piper as opposed to a charter, for example.
So I know I brought this up previously last year as far as us getting verified on Instagram. Where are we with that?
I believe we are verified on Instagram.
No, we're not.
We're not? We have
We have it on X, formerly Twitter. I'll get with our social media manager to see where we're at and do a follow-up.
Okay, thank you.
We need to be.
And then also I've asked previously with all schools having social media, X, Insta, Facebook, and that being on the homepage of their site, because it is very frustrating. Most schools don't have social media, so you can't tag them. So if you go to the school, you can't tag them. So where are we at with consistency with that?
So to your point, we definitely need to do a better job of empowering our school leaders to do that. So I'll get with Deputy Fulton to see how we can do that. The challenge is we have so much on our school leaders' plate. It's very hard to pull them out specifically for marketing, but we're in this environment that we must capture and retain students. So I'll get with Dr. Fulton. Perhaps we can do a breakout session specifically on marketing and especially social media.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just to make another point for this issue with social media. So many of the school leaders aren't that great with social media. So again, training, but we may have to do something that costs us some money, where a school leader will be able to post on one social media site and it will post to all the others, so they don't have to manage 3 or 4 different social media sites. I think that's one of the barriers for the leaders at the school is, I have Twitter, but gosh, do I have to do it on Facebook and Instagram and all this too? And it's hard for them to manage that aspect. So we'll find some tools. There's some tools out there where you can just post on one and it'll post it on all the other platforms. So it may cost us a little bit of money, but we'll find something that's more efficient and effective for the school leaders.
Okay, thank you.
I think another creative idea, perhaps, and maybe the teaching and learning folks can jump in if I'm mistaken, empower our APs to be that social media ambassador for the principal, because again, principals, school leaders have so much on their plate, and the APs typically are closer to my generation, so they might be able to do social media better.
Okay. And then as far as when Broward County Public Schools posts, I don't think all of us, staff, do a good enough job with liking their posts, commenting, or resharing. And when we have 30,000 employees, that should be automatically happening. So I don't know, if we could just get it more in the mindset, but we should be resharing our information because then it's going on to our sites.
Absolutely, we agree.
My question is regard to the direct mail. How much is that going to cost?
So often, direct mail, obviously, postage is expensive. You want it to deliver, so I've always been inclined to do first class, so which guarantees delivery and address corrections. It's significant. I mean, a direct mail piece with an envelope, for example, could cost $300 1,000 easily in the mail. A postcard might be half of that. So it's a matter of figuring out, are we reaching the right consumer, the right target audience, making sure that the list that we're sending it to is up to date and clean, number one, so that the mail is delivered. And then it's just really a test of which one works better in terms of generating response.
Okay, I'll ask it a different way.
Yep.
How much money in the budget are we allocating for direct mail?
$250.
$250,000.
Correct. Of the budget that we have currently, yes.
Right.
And it's later this year on for good reason. There's a lot of seasonality involved.
And how are you going to put a QR code on there? How are you going to know that you got a student because of that direct mail?
So I will pull on my expertise in direct marketing, which I've been doing for a long time. But yes, you have to tie it back to that specific envelope and that specific mailing. And that's where your list becomes so critical, that the fact that you have the universe of prospects are tied and that the information is clean. You'll know where they come from through a QR code or through a specific source code that will be on the postcard or the direct mail piece.
Okay.
Correct.
And then with all of our social media, how come we don't have one of our beautiful new videos pinned to the top of every one of those social media handles?
We will now.
That's a good idea. Okay. And then how are we using AI technology to help with the algorithms and what we're doing with our posting?
Would you like to share, Natasha? Yeah. We are using AI.
So we leverage AI for a lot of the messaging, especially when we're doing translations so that we're reaching our target audience. It helps assist us with video content, voiceovers, and production on a lot of the social media platforms that we're using. And we're looking for additional ways to use that technology.
Just at the beginning, to be honest. We're just exploring these things.
Yeah, because I think with us, with that map that we had, and we're trying to target certain areas,
Yep.
that we could use maybe the AI or targeted ads for those specific areas to try to target that location.
Correct.
Love the customer service piece. I think that is really taking off, and I have seen a difference at our schools, a lot more positivity and communication. That's wonderful. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you very much, and Happy New Year to everyone who's listening, everyone who's here. So I really appreciate it. It was a wonderful presentation, and I appreciate the emphasis that we're placing on communication and marketing our schools. As a small business owner, and I know quite a few small business owners, we can only survive in our space if three things are evident. And that would be the product. The product has to be great. It has to be, the place has to be clean, aesthetically appealing, and we have to have great customer service. So what I see here today is our efforts for great customer service and advertising the great product that we have, because we have a great product at Broward County Schools. So I am very much appreciative of this. But what I will say is, and I hope Dr. Hepburn, regarding the success of any business that I know, that especially in the small business space, equally important is the aesthetic appeal of the environment, the cleanliness of the environment. And so I do appreciate what we have here, but I think cleanliness and aesthetic appeal is also a part of marketing, right? So can you speak to, and I know this is not a part of this PowerPoint presentation, but can you speak to any efforts that we are going to have where we kind of place a great emphasis on each and every school in Broward County? It's clean, it's aesthetically appealing, and what kind of funding are we planning to put in that regards? And it doesn't necessarily have to be anything major. For example, as a small business owner, I have to make sure that my carpet looks good all the time when they walk in. I have to make sure I don't have pencil marks all over my wall. I have to make sure the windows are nice and clean when they come in, and so on and so forth. So how do you plan to do the very simple but important things that when someone walk up to a school, the lawn is cut, the grass is cut, the paint looks good, the carpet is clean, the lobby is nice? What are we planning to do in that regards?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep, great question. So this is a lot of back-end work that we discuss all the time, because that's very important, and I'm a very detailed person. I always tell people, if I'm visiting your school, I should not be the one bending over and picking up trash, right?
Right.
And if I have to, we have a problem.
Right.
So the first thing is what's in the principal's control, right? Making sure the fence line is clean, making sure there's no loose trash around your campus. As we had all principals meeting yesterday, those are some of the things that were discussed as we were going to be fielding tours from all the inquiries that are coming from the commercials and other touch points. The second thing is Ms. Paul and the facilities team has been going out and evaluating the cleanliness of schools, in a sense, evaluating what the facility staff that are assigned to that campus are doing, and also assigning a grade to that school so they have a clear understanding of the condition of their school and what needs to be done to get it up and running and cleaned. And then in addition to that, what the school and their facilities team can accomplish, the district facilities team will come in and supplement that support just to make sure it gets clean and have the mechanism to make sure they can maintain it. Because I think we always send support. Schools get clean, but for some reason the maintenance staff at the school can't maintain it. So working with them to make sure they're well trained to maintain it. Another thing too is, I won't put the date out there because I won't put the date out there, but we have the team working on a community cleanup day that will be in the spring for all of our schools, to entice the community at large to come out and participate, our municipality partners or for-profit and nonprofit partners, so we can create some ownership in owning our schools as a community and helping with the cleanliness and ongoing work that needs to happen at the school. So those are the three things that we're doing. I won't put the date out there because they're still working on to really finalize what that date's going to be, but those are some of the things. But that is one of the most important aspects about this campaign. We don't talk about that because that's a lot of back-end work just to make sure it happens, and when people are coming to our schools, they see a nice, clean environment, no matter what the age of the school is. We can make sure it looks beautiful for our visitors and for our current students and staff on campus.
Very good, and I appreciate that, Dr. Hepburn, because like I said, the three things for me is customer service, cleanliness, right? And do you have a great product? Because you can have a great product, but you walk into a business and it's dirty, it doesn't matter how well the product is, you're not going to stay. If the customer service is not great and the product is great, you're still going to leave. So those three things have to be on the A game at all times. So for cleanliness and aesthetic appeal, I appreciate what you said, and I would like it to be consistent and high quality, ongoing, nonstop. It's not something we should talk about it today, and principals hear all what they need to do and the staff, and then we don't talk about it again. Then we go back, we retract back to where we were. So I'd like, that's the emphasis for me as far as the appeal. I also have some more concerns or questions. Now, regarding customer service, I know that when we're trying to attract new parents, and in my business, I try to attract new parents as well, right? They're either going to make a phone call or they're going to come into your lobby, right? So they're going to call you or they're going to come to your lobby. So when they come to your lobby, whether it's a district or whether it's individual schools, and I hear that there will be emphasis on that, but how are we going to ensure that continuous, ongoing, nonstop training? Because I'll say this, that's one of the areas, and we talk about it too, Dr. Hepburn, is that when you walk into one of our lobbies, the customer service can improve. Some of our schools have great customer service, some of our schools do not. It's not consistent. So how do we ensure uniformity in customer service all across the board in Broward County schools when they walk in? Because they have choices. If they go into a private school where they're trying to attract students because those students will pay a lot of money to go there, those customer service, they're great. So how do we ensure that we have this ongoing consistency in training in our front offices, that when someone walks in, you acknowledge them right away, even if they have to wait because there are 2-3 people ahead of them? How do we put that all in a campaign?
Yeah, great question. And we've had some discussions about this because this initiative around customer service is actually born out of some of my experiences in visiting schools when I first started, and knowing how important it is. If you don't have great customer service, you're not going back to that restaurant, that store, that school, no nothing, no matter how great the product is.
Absolutely.
So twofolds. Number one, just giving everybody a baseline training of what the expectations are, which the team has been doing a good job in doing that ongoing. Number two, I haven't gotten to 3 yet. Number two, instead of the traditional lengthy survey that many school districts give in the spring, it was a priority to say, hey, let's mimic what every other organization, private or nonprofit, whatever the case may be, when you actually have an engagement with anybody in other organizations, for profit, whatever the case may be, you have an opportunity to give your feedback right then and there and to utilize that feedback for continuous improvement. So that's why it was very important for us to ensure that we have a survey where people can engage with immediately at their school when they have an interaction with a department, so we can get that information, look at the feedback, and continue to work with the people where they're actually constituents are having negative experiences. So we have a baseline training, and then we have more intense support when we look at the data to say, hey, based on the data, we're continuously seeing about 70%, 75% or below negative interactions with folks who are engaging with their department or engaging with their school, and we have some additional support and also high levels of accountability just to make sure you show improvement quickly, not length of time. It needs to be quick because we're trying to engage with stakeholders to regain kids or retain our students.
Very good. And regarding the phone calls, the telephone calls, I believe that's an area that we can significantly improve on. In terms of not just the quality of the call, but also how we answer the phones, right? Because sometimes the phone will ring and then someone comes on, Broward County Schools, please hold, and right, and you didn't ask for the person's name. It takes only 2 or 3 more seconds. Yep. This is such and such. May I have your name? John, I will call you back shortly. May I have your number? Even if you can't speak to that person. So those very little things matter if you're going to attract people. If I am a new parent and it says Broward County Schools, please hold, and I'm on hold for 5 minutes, I'm going down the road, right? Because that says it all. So how are we going to differ in our approach to the phones? And I'm glad the superintendent is going to be calling. And also my second part of that question is, besides the superintendent being a secret shopper, who else will, and what's the magnitude of that? How will that look?
Well, I'll speak to the phone calls or just greetings in general. We're trying to standardize greetings across the board, not just with people who are answering phones, but when you're going to a school and your interactions with the security guard that's at the gate. So just standardization across the board, so we have similar greetings. It's a tall task, but it's a task that we can actually accomplish, right? With the right training, with the right expectations, and we have our directors and regional soups that visit schools that can collect additional data with their interactions and making sure that it's happening, and also the surveys that we send out to parents and other constituents. And then the second part of the question, if you want to take that away, John.
Sure. I think how to expand the secret shoppers.
Right.
So we have two options. We've done it in the past, I believe, Ms. Wilson, back in 2023, perhaps, and we utilized our APs to go through different areas. Hopefully, they weren't recognized. Or we would have to hire a company to do that secret shopping. So we're looking at the budget we have and the different methods that we can use, but we haven't done a large scale secret shopper. We're really relying on the QR code, like the superintendent said. I think the QR code is important because it gives you not only accountability, we showed the principals how to use it so they can go in, they can see how their customers are interacting with their front office, and more importantly, it has the contact information, if they're provided us, of the individual who filled out the survey, so we can always call them back, apologize for their experience, and see if there's anything else we can do and have that follow-up. But I think the most important thing of the QR code is the accountability. And Cabinet, we have the ability to go in by school to see who's filled it out, what's the result. As Ms. Wilson said, we have about 1,500 or so. They've been positive, which is kind of unusual because I'm sure most of you are like me. I typically only respond to those when I'm mad, not when I'm happy. Right. So the fact that we haven't had a lot of angry responses, I think our schools are improving. I think before we didn't empower our school leaders to have that information, so with the QR code, that's important. Okay. And also we haven't really empowered our employees by providing the training that Ms. Wilson is now providing those trainings. I think she just did the North Region office managers. So we're getting out there, we're providing the training, again, to the superintendent's point. If we see that there's a high level of dissatisfaction at a specific department or school, it's not really a gotcha, but it's to truly understand what's going on and see if we can provide additional support before we move to, we need to make some kind of changes at that level of leadership if they continue to have bad results.
Got it. And John, I appreciate you saying it's not an I got you type thing, and I am a fan of secret shoppers. I think we can get a lot of information from that, and this is not to an I got you moment for any employee, and I hope that this is not something that we're using to be consequential to any employee. It's just a mechanism to improve, right? So, John, if you could provide later what it would cost to have even some minimal level of secret shopping, because that's I'm a fan of that. I think that gives us substantial information to how we can improve. And also, I will reiterate that this shouldn't be used as a consequence to any employee. We know we have a problem and we're going to resolve it as a collective group. So I hope there's no significant reprimand for anyone who did not respond the way we wanted them to respond. And my last comment is on the Google reviews. With regards to the Google reviews, I try to capture Google reviews in different ways as a small business owner. And I had the honor of being one of the top Google reviews in my company for the franchise. But how do we plan to capture the Google reviews, right? For example, are we able to capture those if we have parent conferences within the schools and a parent is really happy with what we're doing? Can we capture it then and there? If we have phone calls where the parent is happy about something, can we capture it then and there? How are we planning on campaigning and training to capture the reviews when we have good things being said about us, right? Because if we just lay dormant and wait for it to happen, even when someone feels good, they're not going to do it. So if we know they feel good about us, why not capture it then and there? And what are the target points to which we could capture those? How are we planning to approach that?
So thank you for that question, because Google reviews are kind of the bane of my existence. They can really be negative.
Right.
But you have to keep your family's engaged, and you need to give them those opportunities to weigh in.
Right.
We are just starting really to focus on that, because the more recent the review, the better the algorithm works in our
Correct.
favor. So it is critical that we give that opportunity when the iron is hot, if you will.
Right.
That's not to say that an opinion can't change, but I think that if you're there when they're happy and you encourage them to fill out a Google review or send them directly to a Google link,
Right.
it's pretty straightforward to capture their positive energy.
Right.
The other place where I think we could leverage this is with niche.com, which creates school profiles. We have an agreement with Niche that needs to be revisited, but the school profiles are driven largely by reviews from former students, current students,
Right.
active parents, former parents, and the community itself. So we've got to leverage those kinds of tools. We are just now getting there. And I know that to your earlier point about the phone, I wanted Farah to weigh in on that, because I don't know if you're aware that our team manages a switchboard here for the district as well. So I hope you're getting exceptional customer service from our amazing switchboard operators, but it needs to expand beyond that.
Right. And that's why with the Superintendent's Customer Service Initiative, we wanted to start small. So with the ABCs, it's the 1, 2, 3s. And the 1 is to greet with a smile. The 2 is to have a standard greeting. Hello, my name is Farah Wilson. You have reached the marketing department. How may I help you? And the 3 is to respond within 1 business day. Not that you will resolve, but that you will respond.
Absolutely.
And the QR code and the survey that parents are completing just address those 3 points. So we're looking at that as baseline data, and then we'll be able to see where we are and where we can improve. But we do need to evolve. How do we de-escalate situations? So customer service is bigger,
Right.
but we wanted to get everybody on the bus and not derail the initiative. So what 3 points can we start with and see that everyone is greeting with a smile, you have a standard greeting, and you respond within 1 business day. And if we can move the lever with those 3 targets, that will improve our customer service immensely, and then we move and expand the training from there.
Great. And Jose, I'm so sorry, and then I'm done, Chair. So for the Google reviews, those are really important, right? Because most people will go to, with any business, you're going to look at what their reviews are. And since if there's a negative thing going on, people are going to write a review. If there's something positive, they're not necessarily going to write a review. You have to push them. So can we put something in place that every front desk, every conference, and so on and so forth, that the staff is ready to provide the link for Google reviews when there's something positive? And Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Fulton, I would love to see that in place, right? Because if teachers are having a conference, there's a parent, it feels really good. Do those individuals have the link to say, here you go? And can we train our staff all over to make sure so our Google reviews can go up?
We'll take a look and see how we can implement that before we commit to it, just to make sure we're able to do it. I will say in the existing QR code through Thought Exchange, I'm going to give a shout out to Driftwood. They actually have 1/3 of all response because the principal is proactive and send the QR code to all his parents.
There you go.
And students, which was a great idea, right? So now we've, Ms. Wilson spoke to the principals yesterday, so we want to ensure we're empowering them to do the same through ParentLink and through a template, so we can get positive or negative data so we can react to it.
Got it. Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Many industries, by the way, are doing that at the end of the deal, right? At the end of the interaction, they're saying, will you please post a review on Google or go to this link?
Correct.
And explain how your experience was. And I think that goes a long way.
Capture the positives, resolve the negatives, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you. I'm going to try to streamline this as much as I can. First, if I can direct a question to Dr. Hepburn. Dr. Hepburn, would you just clarify the Community Service Day? We are going to give students Community Service Award points for participating in that, correct?
So right now, the team is working out all of the logistics as they settle on the final date. So however that looks, I don't know all the parameters that counts towards community service for a student. So if it does, of course, we'll grant them community service hours. So yes, so
Great.
Working out all the logistics and more to come.
That's music to many students' ears. I want to thank Jose for this wonderful presentation, really, really great presentation. I'm a big fan, and my biggest compliment that I can throw to you is that you and your team think outside the box. You clearly do that. You have perspective at things that have been untouched, and you're putting them within your reach, and you're pulling them in for this school district to grow. Actually just 3 quick recommendations. One is on our webpage now, but the school board members, under the student advisors, you have the emails listed, but you don't have the emails for the board members. Would you just mind streamlining that, if you would, because you have to go to our biographies to get that. And we get a lot of parents, when they're upset or they have issues, they don't care about our biography. They just want to get to us as quickly as possible. So I would make that recommendation there. I would also make the recommendation that you have a list there, or a quick referral list where you have all board members, that they can just tap into that list and it goes, and then all board members, including the superintendent, just on that page quickly so they can expedite that. One of the things I absolutely agree with is, if we're going to capture more students, I think the focus should be on early learners, preschool and kindergarten. Absolutely, it's much more easier to get someone in from the inception rather than to break their pattern, their comfort zone, and have them make a change or switch. It really is, and you see that as adults as well as in children. So one of the things that captured me with my daughter when looking at schools and enrolling her was preschools and kindergartens at certain schools had glass windows, where in a little room where the parents could sit and observe their child. Especially when you're a new student, a kindergarten 3-year-old, they're scared. And the parents are equally as scared. They want to make sure that they're doing the right thing for their child. So it was a comfort zone thing for many of us. And I was a full-time practicing attorney, but I would have a deposition cancel. I would have some time free, and I would be in that area, and I would stop by and just sit maybe for 10, 15 minutes and observe my daughter, and I could pick up on things that the teacher wasn't able to, because she has many little children, a lot of things going on, and then it brought us closer. I would say, well, I saw you were really sad about this, and my daughter would communicate back and forth, and we would work through it. And I think if you provide things like that, not only does it connect, and it includes parents in parenting and in education, you're going to create a bond between the district and the parents, which I think, honestly, that I see it's been broken in many aspects during the past few years. So if we are going to partner, let's go all in. Let's go absolutely all in. And you might have a time where someone gets overly involved, but the majority of the time, I think it's really going to be a benefit, an absolute benefit. And parents are going to be able to come in and say, I see this going on with my daughter. Can you watch for this? And I'm going to give you a class example of something that was observed with my daughter. She was on a swing, and another little boy put a whole bucket of sand on her head, and she didn't respond. She did nothing. She just shut down. And luckily, that teacher was observant, and she came to me and said, we have to teach her how to be assertive. She should have been upset. She should have been angry. She should have spoke out. She should have at least said, I don't like this. So they put her in a group. And at that point, they didn't have a specific group for that, but they put in a group. It was called Banana Splits, and it was for children whose parents were going through a divorce. And the children had to learn to vocalize their feelings, and it really benefited her. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening to me ramble.
Thank you. Mrs. Thompson?
Good morning. I'll be quick because I know we're behind. I think this presentation was fantastic, so thank you guys all for your time. I have a couple of questions, a few comments. So the first question is, how are we making sure that all the fantastic work you put into the inquiries are actually getting addressed? How are we tracking that, and how are we supporting the schools that are getting so much traction from it that maybe they're feeling overwhelmed?
I think Ms. Wilson's probably best suited to answer that, but she's already emailed all the principals with the contact information for all the families that have filled out our inquiry form online.
Right. So working with IT and with the SIM team, they're creating a tracking database. So we're taking the enrollment forms, I'm communicating to the principal, and it's all automated. It's not me manually doing it, that you have received an enrollment inquiry, and then they are given next steps on how to close the deal. The Teaching and Learning Division shared some school tour expectations, and we've been providing support and assistance on the enrollment process. We've been working closely with the school choice office and making sure that all of our processes are aligned for a streamlined approach to the enrollment process. And then on the back end, the principals will be able to give us data to substantiate, was this a valid lead, or did someone just complete the form just to see if it will work? And then they will say what the results were from that communication.
Perfect. Thank you. I love changing our website because I think it's very frustrating. I want us to also consider the mobile site because I think most people access our information on their phone. And every time I try to, not to make it about me, every time I try to pay our aftercare thing, 500 pop-ups come, and it takes me a substantially amount of time to actually do it. And it's not even me clicking something. It's like I try to scroll and then it goes to code of conduct, which is great, but very frustrating.
Ms. Thompson, just so you know, that is part of this process. We will have a new mobile application as well.
And
Perfect.
the superintendent yesterday just told Final Site they better give us their best. That's right. During a virtual call.
Perfect. Thank you. The realtor partnership I think is really great. And then the only thing I want us to think about more, and I know you mentioned it a little bit, that we have such a small team, but in-person events I think are really where we stand out because we are all so lovely and welcoming, and that's where we're going to get community people to actually buy into our system. And like when you go to Miami Zoo, they have the schools that are closer to the school actually, to the zoo, actually table at those events. And then Pembroke Pines, whenever they have family events, their charter schools are there tabling at those events. And I know that it's a capacity issue, but I think board members could step in and help table. I think we could go, not just putting on our school principals, we could go to HOE meetings. We could go do this because we all love our communities and we love our districts. So let's pitch in as well. And that, Google review. I think the thing of capturing them at that moment is really smart because when I had my pest control person come, he actually knocked on my door and was like, could you please give a Google review? I'm actually rated on what you do. And I just did a QR code. And he was like, you can just say I was fast and efficient. I was like, perfect. And I typed, he was fast and efficient. And then it was done. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. McCarthy Bowman.
Thank you. I'll keep it short too. I am really impressed with the presentation. I was so impressed going through it and listening to you guys today to see every part of the big picture that you're addressing. And like, I think Ms. Pham said, thinking outside the box. As I was going through, I was thinking, oh, what about this? And then you guys were addressing it down the page. So, I mean, it's amazing. And having been frustrated as a parent for many years of people not understanding how great our schools are, I think this is just such a fantastic step in the right direction, and to see it actually being implemented is amazing. So thank you so much. And I'm really, in particular, excited to see the new websites because that's been a point of frustration. I think that it's very difficult for parents. It's the easiest way to go to find out about the schools and what they offer. And right now, I think that's kind of a block to communicating. So I'm very happy that we're moving in the right direction with that. I can't wait to see that. And just a question about that is, and I could be wrong about this and you might have talked about it already, but will there be support to make sure that those websites are constantly up to date? Because I think that that's been kind of put on someone in each school, and that's everyone's very busy and occupied, to make sure that we're doing that, and to make sure that when we're looking at a particular school that, to the point where you're talking about the valedictorians, the salutatorians, where people are getting into school, where people are getting jobs, if that's like available for each website too, because if you're looking at your local school, you want to see the successes of what you're looking at in particular in a concentrated area. So, I mean, I would as a user.
So let me just address something. I only spoke about the district website, but in fact, this process is happening for all school websites as well. Okay. They are being redesigned through Final Site, and it's a much more engaging experience than we have today. And I think success stories are a critical opportunity for us, without a doubt. So that will be part of it.
And we're working closely with IT. So we want to standardize as much as possible, but also give the schools the ability to add the information, as you said, to celebrate success. And there will be training for those individuals who are responsible with the new site.
Okay, and hopefully support for
Yes.
them so that they have time to do that.
And if I can add also, like, I'm hearing a lot of great ideas for feedback as far as some things to enhance the upcoming website. So I directed the staff to go to the region advisory meetings, which we know tons of parents attend those meetings, so they can get feedback from parents to make sure that we have the right information at a 1 or 2 click minimum. So that parents can get the information they need versus us kind of building it out and then pushing it out, and then we're back to the same frustration. So
Yeah, I think that's a good
And
idea.
I believe in Mr. President. I know Mr. Davis stepped out, but maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think our search function will be greatly improved as well within the new website.
The search function will be greatly improved, and we're also looking for vendors that can provide artificial intelligence where it can actually answer questions to parents' concerns. Because it's a part of customer service as well. If some of our departments are small or understaffed and you have a simple question, if you're able to type it in a chat bot, we can get a response to the end user quicker. So we're navigating and investigating how we can add that feature to the website as well.
Well, that sounds fantastic. I love the customer service. I love your approach that you're taking with that. I love that we're changing the narrative in a positive direction. I think that's going to be great for us, and you guys are doing a great job with that. And I guess my last issue is just about the direct mail. I'm happy that you're doing it because I know that individual schools have done that with some success, and it's really important to target neighborhoods and zip codes, like you were saying. It'll be interesting to see whether opening an envelope versus a postcard is the better way to do it. Personally, for me, I have a very limited attention span, so having
Postcard.
something flashy, a statistic, something great just to like before you throw it out or recycle it, of course. But I think what is a great thing to think about, and also cost effective. So in general, just so impressed, and keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of things to say, and then we'll end it with Mrs. Alhadeff had one more thing that she wanted to add. Just a couple of things. So I also really appreciate the customer service piece. I wish there was a way, though, to get more community input, because when you look, only 13 community members responded. Most of it was students and parents, which are good. Then a huge number was staff, which makes you ponder what we're doing that caused staff to want to jump in there, whether it was good or bad. But I just would also like, because we're also trying to attract people from the outside, so maybe other places we could share the customer service thing, or make it. We've been to a lot of schools and we see it, but we kind of have to look for it before we know where it is. And I would also say in the secret shopper, we as board members, as we're going to schools, we have a little sheet that Jessica and I made up to, were they friendly? Did they ask for this? And then I just contact the superintendent to give a little feedback. So we also could be part of doing that. As a magnet coordinator, we did do direct mail. And then the budget got cut, and I'll have to tell you, it affected tremendously the number of people who showed up to our open houses. And when we were doing direct mail, their neighbor got it and they didn't, they were calling me, hey, how come I didn't get a letter? And I would say the letters were more effective than the postcards, and you could do that information with it just was more personal to them. I mean, you could put more pictures and stuff on the postcard, but I think we got greater return on our investment by the letters. I agree with the number of people that said community events. I was at a concert, and a lady found out I was a school board member, so she started questioning me about things, and I talked her into moving her third grader from a charter school to Broward County Public Schools. So I think it's important,
one.
you know, yes. One at a time, that's how you do it, one at a time. So, and to that, it doesn't just have to be the principals. It could be, as we've all said, when we went to things as a Magnet coordinator, I never talked. I took my students with me. They sold the program because they were part of it. They were excited about it, and it wasn't this old lady just telling them why they should be going to this high school. So I think adding the students, our advisories, using the advisories that we have, they know the district well, the different programs, and it's a good way to build that partnership. I have been actually talking about realtors for a long time. And what I would envision is that we hosted something for the realtors to come to a school and show them. So cheerleaders would be, culinary would be providing them something. ROTC, the debate program, so that when they go and they're selling houses and they'll say, hey, you know, I was at this school and it was fantastic and they did blah, 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 blah. So I think bringing people into our schools so that then they can then magnify it out. And the last thing I'll say along with that is volunteering. So I know that the superintendent has done a great job of doing this new initiative that I've been asking for 4 years to get our own departments to go and volunteer in our schools. Now we need to open that up to the businesses. Let's start challenging them, because when they come into our schools, again, they'll see the great things we're doing. They'll tell their employees, they'll tell the other business people, and they'll know what's happening in our school and feel that partnership with us. Because if there's something missing, they'll also, I'm sure, tell us, hey, why aren't you doing this? Or you could be doing this different. So I think it's important to, on that page 33, you had some great ideas, but to also include bringing people back in. You know, we're long past COVID, and we should be encouraging people to come and partner with us. And just the last thing, the website, thank you very much. It has been an issue for a long time. So we're looking forward to seeing something that's much more user-friendly. And we will end this with Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So I just want to just circle back with this whole secret shopper thing. I just don't want the takeaway to be that we're going to be coming in and trying to be critical. I think we need to make sure that the messaging is that we're being respectful and collaborative, and we're partnering, and we just want to improve the schools. I would not be for spending any additional money on that. I think we already have our staff that are doing these things already proactively. And then just to circle back to something one of my colleagues said, as far as the cleanliness in the schools, absolutely, I agree with you. We shouldn't be seeing garbage on the floor. But it also goes back to the janitors, because I remember, and I think that previously we have cut janitors from our schools, and that's a problem. So if we're going to say that we want our schools to be clean, then we as a board need to properly fund it. And also, I think that depending on the number of students that you have in your schools, there should be some type of ratio then with the number of janitors that you have, because obviously more students, more the school needs to be cleaned. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. And that is it for item number 1. Thank you again for your fantastic presentation. And we appreciate all of the dialogue with everyone.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so the next item up is the annual program governance orientation. I will now turn it over to staff for a very brief presentation.
We're going to need about 30 seconds set up. Here's a clicker.
I'm going to invite them in.
You guys heard you give your elevator speech for
Madam Chair, are you going to invite in the city managers and the people from the city that are out there?
I don't think they need an invitation. They're welcome to come in, but that's the next item. It isn't this, it's item number 3.
After this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
tell them everything.
Good morning, everybody. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer, and I have with me Dr. Lori Canning, our Executive Director of Family and Community Engagement, and Ms. Sharonda Bailey, Director of Early Childhood Education. And we have provided to you the annual program governance orientation for Head Start, but we're ready to go right to questions and comments.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for giving a very comprehensive presentation that we were all able to look at before we came. I don't think we have any public speakers, so we'll go directly to board discussion. Anybody have anything for board discussion? Okay, yes. Well, that was easy. Thank you so very much, and thank you for what you do for the Head Start program. So thank you. Okay, so the next item up is educational mitigation agreements, and I will now turn it over again to the staff for a brief presentation, and after the presentation, we will take public comments.
I'm going to go here.
I'd like to recess the meeting for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, we are ready for your fairly brief presentation. Doesn't have to be short, but.
Well, we're so fortunate to be here to give the public an opportunity to understand educational mitigation agreements and what the related issues are concerning that. My name is Wanda Paul. I'm the Chief Operations and Facilities Officer. I have Chris Akabuso here, who is our Director of Facility Planning and Real Estate. And then, of course, we have Mr. Alan Gabriel, who is our outside counsel and expert on mitigation agreements. A brief history. We want to address concerns expressed by the Broward County Commission and selected municipalities regarding releasing pertinent municipalities from the currently executed educational mitigation agreements. We want to provide background on why these agreements exist and recent issues regarding the agreement. What we hope to get from the board, is a discussion, and we want to be able to present the issues, and we would like to come away with a directive from the school board to help us proceed with our next steps. So the next slide speaks to educational mitigation agreements. The phases of development. First phase, of course, I have the power. First phase is the comprehensive plan. It prescribes the principles, guidelines, and standards for the development of a jurisdiction such as a county or municipality. Land use, the type of development that is permitted by local government. Zoning laws, how to govern an area, whether it's single-family housing, townhomes, and so forth. A plat, which is a map depicting the division or subdivision or a tract or parcel of land. The site plan, which is a detailed plan which depicts and shows areas of improvement. Building permits, which we're all familiar with, granted by the government agency to construct specific projects on a specific site. And certificate of occupancy, which is the authorization given by a local municipality that allows a newly completed, substantially completed structure to be inhabited. And as you know, as we complete our projects under the bond program, those are very desired to have a certificate of occupancies. So the definitions, which is very crucial in understanding mitigation agreements. School impact fees, and I know the board members have heard a lot about this, but it's under the Florida statute that establishes the imposition of school impact fees. The takeaway is it's a one-time capital charge that is levied against new development to fund new capacity expansions, which are like additions, and related projects. The next definition deals with the cost per student station, and this applies to the construction of new schools, the replacement and modernization of schools, and classroom additions. Additional authority deals with the Broward Land Development Code that requires the payment of school impact fees in Broward County. And it's required of all proposed residential developments except as stipulated by code. Also, per interlocal agreement between the school board and Broward County Commission, the county collects this fee on behalf of the school board and remits the fees collected quarterly to the school board. And the payment of these fees was enabled and authorized by the interlocal agreements between the school board, the Broward County Commission, and the 26 municipalities back in 2003. Spending. So the way we can spend these fees are for acquiring new school sites, constructing new schools, constructing classroom additions, and pay for addition to the core capacities such as the cafeteria or the core elements of a school. And it's also, more importantly, used to pay off debt service on certificate of participations, or our COPS funds, that helped us fund the additions. Spending can be used for the following: to mitigate and provide capacity at schools, again, impacted by proposed residential land use or zoning change, acquire new school sites, construct new schools, construct classroom additions, pay for additional core capacity, acquire technology, and pay off debt that are funded through COPS. So this is a brief history of how we got here, the historical background, and I'll let Mr. Akabuso address those issues.
Good morning, board members. Chris Akabuso, Director, Facility Plan Real Estate. On slide number 5, just to be very quick, just gives you historical background. In 2002, the state passed a law which required every city and the county and the school board to enter into local agreements, specifically to address development impact on public schools, to enable joint efforts regarding the availability of a capacity to address development impact, and then an oversight committee process. In 2003, thereabouts, the school board's interlocal agreement, initially between the school board, the county, and 26 cities, became effective. Pretty much some of the general components were intergovernmental coordination elements, to pretty much address development coordination. The cities were required to have what you call a public school public school facilities element, which is a component of their comprehensive plan. And then also the county and the cities, for them to establish, again, the public school facilities element. The agreement also established a 15-member oversight committee. The committee today comprises of 5 appointees by the school board, 5 appointees by the county, and then 5 appointees by the cities, collectively through the legal cities. On slide number 6, specifically to address the impact of development. And at this point in time, it was mainly at the land use and zoning stage. So that agreement was done, became effective. The mitigation options is what you get on slide number 6, which is the transition to what's on the table today. So those are the mitigation listed on slide number 6. And these mitigation options were contained in the Broward County Land Development Code, and also one of the provisions is that the mitigation cannot be lower than the impact fees. The impact fee is a component because the cost per student station, whether you're in a rural area, urban area, in all 67 school districts, you must bill to the cost per student station. But the cost per student station includes impact fee. Traditionally, the cost per student station is higher than the impact fees. On slide number 7, pretty much in 2003 again, the interlocal agreement gave the school board the ability of Broward County Public Schools to review all proposed land use changes and zoning changes, plat and site plan, and the development includes the applicant could proffer voluntary mitigation if we determine capacity wasn't available. At that time, capacity means the schools were currently overcrowded, approximately 120% over permanent capacity at that point. Also enabled that they could prefer that if we have permanent capacity addition was not planned at a school that's been impacted or contained within the first 3 years of DFP, then that means that developer could proffer to be able to move forward. That proffered voluntary mitigation has to be accepted by the school board. And what happened once accepted, when the district does a report, development review report, is contained in that report to say, okay, the school board has accepted the mitigation. Upon that process, Broward County Commission, upon the approval, again, this is kind of how we got there, will make it as a condition of the approval, that you say you're going to do X, and you have to do X, and when you do X, it has to be it has to be legitimized by an executive agreement between the school board, Broward County, and then the cities. In the alternative, if Broward County, if capacity doesn't exist and the municipality doesn't prefer voluntary mitigation prior to the county commission approval, then Broward County Public Schools could recommend that the development be denied. Again, it was just a recommendation back then. Unlike today, the school district didn't have the ability to say deny, and deny stood. Just back then, it was a voluntary mitigation. On slide number 11, so from 2003 to 2007, the cities listed on slide number 11, which we're going to go to later, were the developments that are the cities that proffered voluntary mitigation, which were Cosper Student Station. But just quickly, so while we're going through this process from 2003 to 7, in 2008, the state now made an amendment to statute, which is quoted on slide number 8, to pretty much mandate what you call public school concurrency. The word concurrency means when the impact of a development is going to happen, whether it's water, sewer, road, the capacity has to be available. There has to be water. There has to be school before you can move forward. So in 2008, the state, all of those other components were already in place. So the state amended our statute and said, moving forward, concurrency has to be mandated. Given that took place, and based on the bullets we have there, you have to establish, again, mandate concurrency. You have to have a defined area where you have to measure whether you're meeting concurrency or not. We decided in Broward County Public Schools and in interlocal agreement is going to be the school boundaries at the elementary, middle, and high school to determine whether capacity is available. You also have to adopt what you call a uniform level of service, meaning I call it a level of overcrowdedness that you determine you can measure concurrency. That measurement has to be financially feasible, meaning the 5-year, 50 of the DFP or the capital improvement plan of a city. You have to demonstrate that every school meets concurrency. Concurrency, again, has to be implemented as a component of the development review process, and then every local governments, including the county and the cities, have to amend their comprehensive plan to include a comprehensive plan to include public school concurrency and also include the public school facilities element. In 2008, February, because the school board initiated that first amendment, public school concurrency became effective in Broward County. Specifically, again, meaning that once a development is moving forward, with concurrency now, as opposed to the initial phase, concurrency was being measured at the plat and site plan, not at the land use or zoning. So, because you're getting closer to building permits. So we pretty much measured whether we have seats at the plat and the site plan phase of development review. The rules for public school concurrency and mitigation are similar. If you look at the mitigation options listed prior to concurrency, they're kind of similar. On slide number 9, so if you look at slide number 9 and then slide number 6, those are the mitigation options. So in the initial slide number 6, the mitigation option included student station cost. Today, it includes those categories listed on slide number 9. It's the same thing, kind of. Because today, since concurrency became effective, Broward County Public Schools, through the provisions of the interlocal, which we call the trialer, has not denied development. Why? Before you can deny, if a capacity doesn't exist or if a school doesn't meet public school concurrency, you have to go to the adjacent school, a level. It has to be within what you call the same planning area. And if capacity doesn't exist, then you have to then look at, do we have capacity plan in the first 3 years of the 5-year plan? And if those 3 things don't check out, then we can recommend denial, or the developer can look at those options and then select if they want to mitigate. Right now, we call it, as opposed to before voluntary mitigation, it's called proportionate share mitigation, which is what's in law, Broward County, the tri-party, right? So those are the mitigation options, so it's similar. Again, we haven't denied because we have excess capacity. On slide number 10, so after concurrency became effective, all of the voluntary mitigation that are listed on that table were vested from public school concurrency, because indirectly, They've pretty much satisfied their mitigation to impact anticipated from the land use or zoning. And what has happened through that time was, as we move forward, some of these developments, because they established this boundary called local activity center or regional activity center to enable mixed-use development, some of those units are changed as demand, if a demand for townhouses is not more prevalent than high-rise. So we work with them, and Mr. Gabriel is going to speak to that, to amend the agreement, but pretty much regardless of what you do, they were still subject to the voluntary mitigation cost per student station. We just adjusted the numbers. So after public school concurrency became effective again, those prior voluntary mitigation was grandfathered in, and Broward County reviewed all revisions to the process was any amendment to those existing agreement, we will review them. We coordinated that review through Mr. Gabriel with the county, and then once with the county, then with the city. So it was a comprehensive and collaborative effort. Pretty much during that time frame, like I said, additional units may be added. They may change the unit mix. Maybe rather than 3 bedrooms, so many 3 bedrooms, it becomes so many 2 bedrooms. But it's still within the boundary. The boundary doesn't change. Now, some cities added, like I remember, I think it was Dania Beach, added additional boundary. But again, those existing agreements are amended through a process, which Mr. Gabriel will speak to. What happened, like I said, the city will propose those amendments. They will send it to Broward County Public Schools. We will review them, discuss with Mr. Gabriel. Mr. Gabriel will interact with the city, interact with the county. Then once we're all on the same page, then the city goes first to pretty much take action, to pretty much amend the agreement. Then once they do that, the school board does next, and then the county. Subsequently, maybe you call it slide number 11. So those cities listed are the cities that proffered voluntary mitigation. All of them based on cost per student station. Some of the cities like Pembroke Pines, Miramar, they have, and I think Miramar, they have more than 2 categories of their LACs, and in this case called Regional Activity Center. So, like we said, cost per student station is a schedule that is published by the state of Florida, Florida Department of Education. It's published periodically. The current cost per student station schedule is August. So if you look at cost per student station, the current schedule goes all the way to 2029. So every single month it changes. So if we're building a school, depends on what that cost is, that's the cost we're going to use. What we gave you in this table, even though just to let the board know, we had a glitch. So for example, on slide number 12, there's a number there that today it came out to 23 million, but in actuality, the difference between 1.6 million and $744,725 is approximately $895,806. So when you did that math, that cell for some reason didn't populate. The actual for October, it's a point in time, it's not 23 million, it's going to be 24,231,506. Again, for October. Now, just because we're having this meeting today, again, cost per student station, the schedule goes from month to month. So we wanted to give you a point in time, because when we sent you the memo, we quoted the same number. But in January, today, the cost per student station, if I calculated that today, because we're trying to align it with the school impact fees that's due, and units may have been pulled, so we didn't want to give you like a 5-year data. For the January numbers, just to put it again as a notation, today in January, using the cost per student station, the actual cost per student station is $35,688,876. So I'm going to repeat the numbers. In October, cost per student station calculation, the actual number, if the school board leaves that money on the table, is $24,231,506. In January, using the same cost per student station, is $35,688,876. So if in October, the school board says, I am agreeable that the cities will only pay school impact fees, then for cost per student station, including impact fees, you're losing $24 million, what I just quoted. If the school board agrees they only pay impact fees, then in actuality, what you're losing is $12,334,705. That's if they only pay school impact fees in October, numbers. In January numbers, again, cost per student station, just as a number, including impact fee, is the 35 million. But then if they only pay impact fees, then you're only going to be losing 12 million, 829,731. Why? Because now they're only paying impact fee minus the difference. So I just wanted to make that point. The key word again, cost per student station is published by the state of Florida. It's month to month, it's a schedule. So we just gave you points in time. So these numbers are going to keep increasing. School district doesn't have anything to do with the schedule. It's a number that the state publishes, and we just did the calculation. So I'm going to go to the next slide real quick, which is slide number 12, and Mr. Shim is going to speak to that.
Good morning. Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. Yes, so this slide shows that the district has outstanding annual debt of $63.5 million. That's related to building capacity. The average annual impact fee collection and mitigations is about $16 million. So the rest of the debt for the growth that we built is being paid for mostly by capital millage. This capacity was built in expectation of growth, and it relied on future capital revenues, including school impact fees and mitigation fees. So that's what this slide basically shows. Now, this is only for the capacity addition portion. Our overall debt for things that are not capacity related is about $165 million annually. So this portion of it would include things like Beachside Montessori, West Broward High School, Heron Heights. Those are the new schools that were financed. Some classroom additions would include Hollywood Hills High School, Fort Lauderdale, and Terravella High School. And kitchen, cafeteria, and core expansions would include Northeast High School, Cypress Elementary, and Dania Elementary. And those are just examples of the sort of things that are that capacity expansions that were financed that this would go towards. So thank you.
To continue on slide number 13, we just gave you, I think, the school board, you have Broward County passed resolution 24466, and the City of Lauderhill, City of Plantation, City of Fort Lauderdale, and those resolutions, my understanding, they were sent directly to school board members. However, I think the board administration sent a memo to the board specifically providing those same resolutions. So you have them. All of them are pretty much saying the same thing, release all 9 cities from the education mitigation agreement, and then for those cities, again, listed on that table, for them to only pay impact fees and not pay the cost for student station. So on slide number 14, again, just to repeat, the concern is, or narrative, is the continued imposition of pre-public school concurrency cost per student station, which is pre, now we're post, and which was requiring student station cost is detrimental to affordable housing, is adding to the cost of housing. That's what we've been hearing. Staff is saying the proposed administrative position, and after this, I'm going to let Mr. Gabriel talk about some of the legal implications. Broward County Public Schools, since 1987, to my knowledge, has supported affordable housing. The school board waives impact fees, and Broward County School Board has waived over $6 million in impact fees since 1987 to now. Approximately is $6,670,449. Broward County Public Schools today has a resolution which established a pool of money every fiscal year, $450,000, first come, first serve, $50,000 maximum per project, and for very low, moderate income. But if it's low, very low, moderate income, it's $75,000 per project, first come, first serve. The School Board Policy 1161 requires we provide the school board with a biannual memo to indicate how much the school board has waived in impact fees. So I'm just making this point that Broward County Public Schools has supported affordable housing from time. So to align with this issue, Broward County Public Schools administration is saying, and we try to proffer this in some of the cities, if you have units in these defined boundaries, local activity center, regional activity center, and you're really doing affordable housing, pretend you have 1,000 units. If 500 units, 100 units is affordable housing, we are saying go through the process. Broward County has a certification process whereby the projects are certified. That's how we waive the fees. They will lock in that certification that those units will be affordable for a time frame, maybe 30 years, maybe 40 years. And then Broward County administration will agree that impact fee can be paid in lieu of the student station costs. So that was what was offered as a middle road when these issues have been going on. I'm going to stop right now, so maybe Mr. Gabriel can speak to that.
Well, good morning, everyone. Alan Gabriel with Weiss Rhoda Helfman. I have been your special counsel for concurrency since probably 1988, 89. So I've been here a long time. Been doing this and understand this process and having dealt with it from the beginning and helped create the process and the documents that you all are working with, whether it be the county, the district, or the municipalities. How did we get where we are today? You basically heard the history, but what does it mean as it applies to the school district today with the current situation that you face yourself with regard to capacity issues, and the cities and what they're trying to accomplish and what they're objecting to and why they're objecting. So I'm one of those in the weeds people who tries to just get down to the bottom line to figure out what the heck you need to do, because I'm looking for you to tell us what's the next best steps. And frankly, the cities don't understand, nor do I believe they realize the implications of what they're asking. But that's what we're going to talk about. And this is the first opportunity, since none of the cities have asked us to participate in their discussions, to have that conversation that they may or may not hear today. But you will hear it. So in 2003, 2008, as we were developing school concurrency and the agreements, we had lots of overcrowding, we had no capacity, we had all kinds of issues about how to build. It's changed, of course, today. You now have apparent excess capacity and no need for, as the cities may think, no need for the monies that you are asking for and trying to still collect. You heard what might be the detrimental issues to the school district if, in fact, the monies are not coming forward. But from my perspective, that's not my issue. My issue is how to keep the program going and not let it falter so that everyone is negatively impacted. Because what we haven't heard, and I'll get into this in a minute, those vested rights that are all per those agreements that exist today are vested rights to property owners and developers who have the authority and ability to build. Your district are calculating those vested rights for all of the capacity and what's there, whether they get built or not, but they're all being allowed to continue and will be allowed to continue, whether today you have capacity or tomorrow you find out that through whatever action you take or don't take, that you don't have capacity. They will still be able to build by just paying what would be either the student station fee or the impact fee. Student station fee is the issue that causes the most grief, I believe, to the municipalities and to the developers today. And the reason for that is because, as you heard from Mr. Acabuso, it's larger than impact fees. Under county regulations, a developer, a project owner, must pay at the minimum impact fees. They cannot walk away from paying something, and impact fees is what they are required to pay. You just adopted a new impact fee project or proposal, and it's going forward. It might not have changed the numbers for you, but it is in effect for another couple of years and will be that way. So that will be standing. I say it that way because all of the documents interplay with each other, whether it be the interlocal agreement that everybody signed, and everybody I'm talking about, the 26 municipalities, the county, and the school district. We're all a part of that agreement and the requirements under that agreement. If you change something, you have to amend that agreement. Otherwise, we're defaulting in that agreement. The cities are defaulting, the county would be defaulting, the school district would be defaulting. If you don't deal with that agreement, then you might as well just disregard that agreement and throw it away. But I don't think that that would make sense because we are obligated by the state to do certain things for concurrency purposes. We would start over. That's the first thing. The tri-party agreements that we've entered into with the cities, they're all obligated contractually to abide by the requirements of the interlocal agreement and the payments and those developments that they have agreed to and set forth with us for development purposes and the dollars that a developer is required to pay. It's a lot of money. Obviously, this is a money issue, and you're familiar with having to deal with that, but that's the bottom line for the problem. When we go past all of that, one of the things that we attempted to do as a district, that Chris and I attempted to do, was as new development was coming forward or modifications to that development was coming through, or a city or government wanted to do, or developer wanted to do something different, affordable housing, for example. The way that we worked around that was, and the way we worked through it, was to allow the amendment of those existing mitigation agreements. The mitigation agreements are the individual agreements that relate to the municipality, the county, and the districts, sorry, and the school district. Those are the three. We would work through the amendments of that agreement, and we would modernize that agreement because, again, those all started in 2008. We would bring it forward into today's requirements, and we would do the recalculations of what today's monies would be and what they were. And that's what was actually asked by certain of the cities that have come forward objecting to you today, or have objected. We asked them to come back through, tell us what they want to do and how they want to modernize or change what's being proposed, and give us the opportunity to amend the agreement. And we went through gyrations attempting to do that, but it was unacceptable for whatever the reasons, which you'll probably hear about today, and I'm interested to hear it myself. That would have brought us forward in every instance, because the parties would have come to an agreement, and you as a board would have had to agree as well with the county and the municipalities for that purpose. To be clear, other cities that have, Chris gave you the list of the number of mitigation agreements we had. I don't remember what the total number was because I don't pay attention to that necessarily, but I can tell you that we had other cities recently through the years, since we have effectively created this program, come forward and ask for amendments successfully, and they have been approved by all of the entities that were required to. And those existing are Coconut Creek, Dania Beach, and Pembroke Pines, just as my memory allows me to do. There's a way to work around this and make it work readily and easily. If some of the cities that we're objecting to you today or going to hear from had agreed or allowed us to follow through the process, we would have come to some resolution that would have addressed what we understood to be the issues that we're being asked to look at that time. I'm not sure what, canceling the mitigation agreement has a great impact. First of all, it wipes out everything that I've been talking about. It no longer vests any of the development that may occur in those project areas that are within the cities or county or whatever they may be. Developers who have the right to come forward, today it's not an issue to the developer because he believes you have capacity. But when that capacity is removed for whatever reason, because we know that the capacity numbers fluctuate up and down, just depends on what time we're looking at. Just like in 2003, 2008, you had no capacity, and action is taken to address it. Just like today, you're taking action to try and figure out how to deal with the excess capacity. Whatever you choose to do is what you'll choose, but it will change what we're talking about today in all probability. That's the issues that we're facing, and that's what you're going to be at. I'm going to sit here with you, and I'm going to be happy to hear what they have to say, and I'm looking forward to having the questions that you must have, because this is a complicated issue, and it has lots of pieces to it. Thank you.
To close out the presentation very quickly on slide number 15, so that's the staff's recommendation. Just to reiterate, and like Mr. Gabriel said, this approach that's been presented to you as a solution was presented to one of the cities and actually discussed with Broward County. We're starting to make inroads, but we met with a no, which is all of the cities that are listed right now, the resolutions that have been passed said release all, from the commitment to pay student station costs to just pay school impact fees. You just heard what Mr. Gabriel said. So the recommendation is, if the school board allows, to revise all of the current executed agreements to include language which allows for Broward County's review, Broward County, not Broward County Public Schools, review and certification of residential units proposed as affordable housing within those particular boundaries, which are local activity centers or regional activity centers, actually within. The residential units that are certified, again, they've gone through the process. Broward County has locked them in. Maybe those houses will be affordable for a time frame, which is typically from 40 years and onward. Administration is saying, we'll agree you pay impact fees. Like I said before, Broward County Public School has supported affordable housing since 1987, over 6-point-something million. So you're still doing the same thing, right? Impact fee are due per Broward County Land Development Code, so we'll agree. So the issue is affected affordable housing. Really, if they're affordable housing, they're certified. So we're all in agreement. It's going to even help the district. Once that is done, the municipalities or the developer has the opportunity to get additional discount, because Broward County Public School today, you've passed a resolution, $450,000 every fiscal year, first come, first serve, they get 100% waiver. Once it's very low, low income, moderate income up to $50,000, very low income, moderate income up to $75,000. So additionally, they may get a discount, again, supporting affordable housing. Last thing is, but then we feel there still has to be obligation to pay the student station cost for those units that are not supposed to be affordable housing. So that's staff's presentation and that's staff's recommendation, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. We will now go to public comment, and first up is Susan Leon.
Good morning. My name is Susan Leon. I'm the Chief Education Officer at the City of Fort Lauderdale, and I'm giving my time to Acting City Manager Susan Grant, City of Fort Lauderdale.
Thank you. I also forgot to mention, because we have 24 people signed up, we're going to reduce the time to 1 minute, but we'll do 2 since she's giving you your time.
Thank you, and I will try to speak fast. Susan Grant, I'm the acting city manager with the City of Fort Lauderdale. The city passed a resolution in November urging the school board to release all cities subject to the tri-party educational mitigation agreements. We've also filed some written comments on your website. We all know that the enrollment landscape is much different today than it was when these agreements were put in place. And we would ask that the existing agreements be terminated and a working group with city, county, school board representatives and representatives of the development community be formed to develop a more equitable solution that meets community needs. And when we talk about equity and equitability, I was listening to the examples of some of the projects that were subject to debt service that these fees were paying. And many of you might know I worked in Coral Springs for many years, and I heard Taravella on the list and Heron Heights on the list. But none of those communities, Parkland or Coral Springs, are subject to these agreements. Again, not that I want to impose additional fees on those folks, but again, one of our issues that we're talking about is equity. The other one was the process described where individual cities can go and cut a separate deal, per se, for theirs. Again, that creates the inequity. And, you know, for us in Fort Lauderdale, it's our downtown regional activity center. So a development that's inside of that will be subject to this, and something across the street will not. Student impact is the same. So again, we'd like to see something that is reflective of our county-wide school system, and also that's just equitable from city to city. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next is David Herbert. Hebert.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Board Chair. My name is David Hebert. I'm the City Manager of Oakland Park. And I believe that Nir Shoshani, who's also on your sheet, is going to defer his 1 minute time frame to me. And Miss Anna Alvarez as well. So
Can only do one person, and they have to come up and actually give the time. So, but it can't be 2 people. It just has to be, it can only be one person.
Thank you, Board Chair.
Yes, Chair, my name is Nir Shoshani, and I defer my minute to David Hebert.
Okay, thank you. So we'll put 2 minutes on the clock for you.
So you've heard at length from Mr. Gabriel and Mr. Acabuso, and as I've listened to both of them on numerous occasions over the last 2 years, I am fascinated by the depth of their knowledge and the intricacies of what they've developed here. The challenge, I believe, for you and for all public servants who are policymakers is to ask yourselves a very critical question. And that is, when it comes to raising revenue, are we doing that in a fair and equitable and transparent way? And even more importantly, are we taking into consideration the income levels and the community needs of the areas that are being impacted? There are only 9 cities in this entire county that are subject to these mitigation fees. And not even the entire city is subject, only selected areas. That means a development that is built across the street from the exact same development has an unequal burden to bear. There are many things I can take exception to in your staff report, but in 2 minutes, that's impossible. Let me say just one thing. If money is your driving concern, then we will work with you, because the reality is your staff report nowhere talks about the projected ad valorem income that you and the county and the cities will receive because development takes place. Nowhere in that report. So they're not taking into account at all the development that's not happening because of these fees. And I assure you, that is the case in Oakland Park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next is Renee Miller. Okay. Okay, then we'll move to Joe Cesadoa. Sorry.
Good morning, Joe Cesadoa. I'm the Director of Planning at Broward County. The Urban Planning Division collects the impact fees on behalf of the school board, so I'm very familiar with this issue. And I want to draw the board's attention to the fact that last September, the County Commission adopted Resolution 2024-446, which I believe you've received a copy of, supporting the release of these tri-party educational mitigation agreements. Student station costs have always been higher than student impact fees, but today they are significantly higher. For example, in the Miramar Activity Center, a 2-bedroom mid-rise unit is paying over $5,000, which is more than 3 times the impact fee assessed elsewhere in the county and assessed elsewhere in the city of Miramar. The tri-party agreements have created a disincentive to redevelop the very locations that are most suitable for new housing, our activity centers. Through Resolution 2024-446, the County Commission supports release of the tri-party agreements.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ignacio Marquez. Nope. Jack Doran.
I will defer my time to him. My name is Anna Alvarez.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dr. Jack Doran. I'm here as a citizen volunteer. I'm not getting paid. I never have been paid. I originally got involved with the City of Oakland Park, which I deeply love, especially the renaissance that's going on there. 20 years ago when I became chair of our neighborhood association. I then have been chair of the Planning and Zoning Board for 10 years and currently am chair. I look at the bottom line. I look at why this agreement originally started. It originally started because there was overcapacity, and the school board understandably needed for there to be some additional funding. And this was agreed. The cities voluntarily agreed to this agreement and to pay the additional fees. That is no longer the case. If that's no longer the case, and the rationale for this agreement is no longer the case, I would think that the agreement itself should be relooked at in its entirety. I don't say just totally throw it out. I say it needs to be revised. You might want to create some kind of committee to make recommendations to you all that would involve the city, like David Hebert has said, but something would need to be done. Additionally, it's in the school board's best interest to not squelch new development. First of all, new development creates additional housing, including affordable housing. And if this becomes onerous for developers, it's not going to happen. And therefore, the ad valorem taxes aren't going to happen. And the school board's income will therefore be decreased. So something needs to be done more fairly. There's no sunset provision in this agreement. This is set to go on in perpetuity.
Thank you
so
so
I'd
much.
recommend that you consider.
Next is Daniel Rosemond.
Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Rosemond. Okay, Tim Logren.
Good morning, Tim Lonergan, Mayor of Oakland Park. Thank you for your compassion, dedication, and service to the children of Oakland Park and Broward County. Just like you, we love our students and staff, and we're proud of their accomplishments. By now, you've had conversations, received emails, text, and read all the feedback posted on the website discussing, explaining, and justifying our strong opposition to Agenda Item 3. You've received staff's education, most factual, some not accurate or fair. Approximately 20 years ago, Oakland Park and 9 other cities helped to solve a problem regarding over-enrollment for the Broward Public Schools. Over-enrollment is no longer a problem. I ask that you please help us by making the right decision to eliminate this burdensome and no longer justifiable mitigation agreement. This change will encourage favorable private investments, create affordable housing where it's urgently needed in disadvantaged and distressed areas. The problem is it goes on and it escalates. I urge you to do that and sit with the other cities, all cities together, and find a solution.
Thank you very much. Next is Zach Davis Walker.
Good morning, Zach Davis Walker, Operations Administrator, City of Lauderhill. I echo my colleagues that the affordable housing and the housing issue overall is very nuanced, and the existing tri-party agreements do not address that, nor does the solution that was offered by Broward County Public Schools Administration. Specifically in the case of Lauderhill, our TOC corresponds to the city CRA. Within that area, there is a very high inventory of very low income housing. The redevelopment plan for this corridor specifically speaks to increasing the inventory of workforce as well as market rate units. So I would hope that there'd be some reconsideration to the tri-party agreement, specifically a release, and whatever, if you guys opt to have a committee to discuss a different structure, we would obviously be in support of that. But otherwise, we hope that you consider the nuance that's associated with housing and the fact that it's jurisdictional and it's not a one-size-fits-all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Letitia Newbold.
I will defer. This is Justin Prophet. I defer my time to Commissioner Leticia Newbold.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board Chair, Superintendent, school board members, staff, each and every one that's in the room. Last September, as a member of the Broward County Planning Council, I joined my fellow members in voting unanimously to recommend that the County Commission seek release from these outdated mitigation agreements. The following month, the County Commission acted on this recommendation, passing a resolution with a 7-1 vote. While these agreements generate substantial revenue for public schools, they do so at a significant cost to our residents and our community's future. It is imperative that these agreements be reconsidered. Not every city or area within the participating cities is subject to these agreements. The cities and areas impacted were included simply because they requested an allocation of new units during the period when these agreements were implemented. If the same requests have been made before or after the requirement was in place, no mitigation costs would have been imposed on new residential units. As a result, cities issuing much needed development today are not subject to these additional fees. This inconsistency makes these agreements inherent, unfair, and inequitable. I urge the board to explore alternative approaches, ones that do not impose such disproportionate and outdated burdens on our residents and communities. I appreciate you listening to me and hearing from me, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next is Christopher Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Nelson. I live in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I was the 2019 Broward County Volunteer of the Year. I'm here on behalf of the Sky Building Project in Oakland Park to give a real-life example of how these mitigation fees are patently unfair. Our project was a 136-unit project, which would have had an impact fee of $86,200. Under the student mitigation agreements, we had to pay an impact fee of almost $1.1 million, which was a difference between $633 a unit to $8,000, over $8,000 a unit. I believe personally as an attorney that these, as applied in this case, was not lawful, because the Florida law requires that every impact fee that's collected is supposed to be proportionate to the impact of that particular project, and the impact fee that's paid is supposed to come back and provide a benefit to that particular project, not on a countywide basis. To my knowledge, since 2003, there have been no new schools built in Oakland Park, and it's not reasonably fair to impose impact fee.
Thank you very much. Sierra Marinero. Sorry.
Good morning. I'm Charlene Montgomery. I want to yield my time to Sierra Marrero.
Thank you. We'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. Sierra Marrero, Director of Engineering and Community Development for the City of Oakland Park. I wanted to address quite a few things that I heard in the staff presentation today, but first, there's one issue, since I don't have a lot of time, that I did want to address, because you heard a lot of talk about the equity, or how we can make amendments to our agreements. And one of the items that was used as an example in the presentation was the unit mixes that could be changed or amended in these agreements. So I'm going to give you 2 real-world examples of what the City of Oakland Park is dealing with because of these agreements. In one of our 2 active agreements, there are currently 2 development projects in Orange Grove, in the Orange Grove area, which exemplify the harm that is being created and the lack of cooperation to amend these agreements. The first property involves an owner who has been unable to proceed with building a single-family home because the development mandates a townhome construction. For over 20 years, no homes have been built, and the property has changed hands multiple times and no progress, regardless of the negotiation attempts with the school board. This outdated requirement makes development impossible and has left the property owner frustrated and without a path forward. The second property also is in the Orange Grove development, and it has been completely halted by the same terms of this agreement. The developer has faced repeated delays and financial burdens, unable to move forward despite their extensive efforts to comply with these requirements. No option for an amendment to our agreement has been provided for these. These agreements create barriers that discourage investment and make housing, even affordable housing, impossible. And to add to these challenges, I would like to point out that these agreements are enforced without uniformity or consistency. This can be seen in this Orange Grove that I just used as an example when you compare to the Sky Building as the prior speaker. And in the Sky Building scenario, we did not have mid-use units, mid-rise units in that agreement. And we were still allowed to proceed at a higher rate.
Thank you very much. Next is Fitz Budhu.
Fitz Budhu, City Commissioner of Oakland Park. A year ago, I was here. You granted me money to build Ricketts Middle School. Now I'm back. I need this agreement to be terminated. This is a public policy initiative right now. Yes, in my citizen dad time, I was a board member. I am a board member of South Florida Community Land Trust. We deal in affordable housing. We come all the time and trying to develop all across Broward and South Florida and Dade County affordable housing to get more teachers, more family, more public service professionals in areas where they can live and take their kids to school. Now, I can't build anything new now, and I have a new school coming up at the end of the year, and looking forward to the celebration with all 9 of you there at Rickards, where the teachers, all right, the staff rep, they can't afford to live in our areas now because no affordability, because of these enormous impact fees. Okay, so we need to go ahead and redo this agreement and therefore take over and be able to give bill for our residents and families.
Thank you very much. Next is Nixon LeBrun.
Good afternoon. My name is Nixon LeBrun. I'm the Building Planning and Zoning Director for the City of Miramar, which has always been a strong advocate for public schools. And then, and as you know, Director Joe Sesodia mentioned earlier, we are one of the impacted cities. And then more than any other cities, we are impacted by those outdated agreements. And then I listened to the presentation by staff, and then the only thing I can agree with that is a wicked problem. And then this is why we're in front of this board today. This is a policy issue. So 2003, 20 years ago, us and the city of Miramar and the other 8 municipalities, we stepped up to address that issue. We're not a bunch of rogue cities. No, we've always been strong advocate of public schools. So what are we trying to do here is addressing a situation that has become inequitable. So this is why we're here, and then we're asking for this board to consider releasing the cities. We can come back. We are part of the ILA, which is on its 3rd iteration. We've always been part of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is DeBon Campbell.
Good morning, DeBon Campbell, Development and Intergovernmental Affairs Officer for the City of Miramar. This agreement is not aligned with current needs. The financial assumptions behind it no longer hold true to declining student enrollment. While the city is deeply committed to our public schools, the current required payments are significantly higher than typical impact fees. This creates unnecessary financial burden on the city and presents challenges to redevelopment efforts and affordable housing opportunities. The City of Miramar supports releasing municipalities from these outdated agreements to create a more balanced approach to school funding while also fostering economic growth and improving housing affordability for our community. With that, members, on behalf of City Manager Dr. Roy Virgin, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here and present to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Rick Buckeye.
Yes, I'm Rick Buckeye, City of Oakland Park. I'm going to yield my time to Mr. Skeet Jernigan.
Okay. So we'll put 2 minutes on the clock.
Thank you very much. Still good morning. I'm here today representing the City of Oakland Park to talk about these mitigation agreements. They're out. You've heard everything that I really need to say. They're outdated. They're not serving their intended purpose. They make winners and losers out of the development process. The county has recognized, and the Broward County Planning Council has recognized that they are all of those things and that they should be abandoned. Your staff gave you a report that made it sound like that it was just absolutely impossible to do that everything in the world would have to change if you decided to abandon these agreements. That's not true. It's a contract. It's a tri-party contract between you, the county, and the cities. That contract can be changed when you, the county, and the cities decide to change it. And whatever rolling effects might take place can be done by you, the counties, and the cities as well. The big problem here is, of course, the cost. Now, we're sympathetic. I'm sympathetic personally, I'm sympathetic professionally to the needs of the school board and your need for money. But it's not right to take money from people for purposes that you're not providing them. Only recently has it become policy to use impact fees or these fees to pay debt service. You've had a declining enrollment for years. This was intended to provide capacity. You're not doing that. You're paying off old debt that old citizens paid from their taxes. I want to thank you and ask you to put together a committee where the affected parties can participate in a discussion to find real solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Robert Lockery.
Good morning to the chair, members of the board. My name is Robert Lockery. I'm a land use attorney. I'm not here today on behalf of any particular client or city, though. First, I do want to thank your staff very quickly for the diligent work they work with the development community to ensure that when new projects are coming in, we understand the impacts of that new development. And one of the things about going a little bit later is everyone's kind of said the basics. But let me give you the kind of the contrast from the developer's perspective or the way we approach this. The way developers look at it, if the school board imposes a legal impact fee, they're going to pay that fee. The complication becomes in a place like this where you have a patchwork of different agreements where folks are paying different things in different places, which you heard a little bit about. But the reality is the unintended consequence of this agreement is the very places that city, the county, and frankly the school board, I'm sure as well, want to encourage redevelopment in the urban centers rather than in the outlying neighborhoods is disadvantaged with these agreements. Our clients, all things being equal, want to pay less. They pay a lot less paying outside of where these agreements are. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will complete public speaking with Jenny Morgion.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Jenny Morejon, President and CEO of the Fort Lauderdale Downtown Development Authority. Similarly, we have passed a resolution last year supporting the release of the mitigation agreement. And to add just a bit of color to what Mr. Lockery was just describing, I thought I could wrap up with a few data points. It's important to note every year, every so often, Broward County releases the population model projection reports, the PFAM. And as we all know, Broward County's growth is slowing at its lowest rates in 50 years, only expecting to add about 13,000 new residents through 2030. However, with that growth, 60% will be along these coastal communities, these communities that are subject to the mitigation fees. Of that, almost 20% of all of that population growth between now and 2025 is anticipated in the downtown core. Why do I bring this up? Because we want to continue to encourage redevelopment, housing options, to continue to attract our workforce and talent base, and also to realize that property value impact that comes back to the schools and the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to board discussion. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. And I think these things are fascinating topics. I'm our rep to the Broward Planning Council. I participated with the County Commission and the Broward County Planning Council to think through this issue, and it's a legit issue. This is not, in my experience on this issue, a real case of people not wanting to pay and people wanting to collect. That's kind of classic policy debate. Where are we going to get the money to build schools, or where can we get the money to pay for the debt for the schools that we built back in the day? This is really an issue of kind of unintended secondary consequences. As a community, we would love for these areas to be developed and to be developed quickly. We need affordable housing. We need moderate price housing. We just need housing. And that is the limiting factor on Broward County. And we want to talk about a wraparound effect. There's two big ones. One is when more people move here that can buy affordable housing, they bring kids or they have kids. And so population growth is very good for the total number of people that would be going to our schools. The second thing, which I think is going to be a big, big, hairy issue for us in the next couple of years, is at some point Broward County Schools is going to want to go out for another bond issue. And when we do that, we're going to want to have municipalities that are partners with us, who recognize that when they're suffering, we're suffering. And so the idea of putting together a group to kind of come up with alternative ways of funding, in my mind, it would have to be revenue neutral. So instead of saying we want these 9 specific little tiny sub-zip codes to pay disproportionate fees for development, we might want to say, what do we need to do to collect the same amount of revenue but not have this kind of outsized disproportionate effect of the student seat fees rather than the impact fees. So I'm sympathetic to this argument. I've watched it at the county commission level. I watched it with the Broward Planning Council. And I was originally impressed by this being municipalities and developers not wanting to pay their fair share of the money. In reality, this is a real kind of patchwork agreement. It was critical a long time ago. And I just want to ask one question, which I've never understood. Why were these 9 particular geographic areas picked back in 2003 to be impacted subject to this tri-party agreement?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Akabuso.
Dr. Zeman, Chris Akabuso again, Director of Fiscal Plan Real Estate. The cities, based on the then interlocal agreement, proposed to create these development boundaries. So they created it and submitted their land use plan amendments to the county, to the Plan Council, submitted to the county. And once they were established, then the process continued. So they created it. School district didn't create it.
Terrific, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that we're being completely honest with the audience today. This happened at a time where the county, the school district, and the cities had to come together. There's a lot of people. I think about things like our school resource officer negotiations and some of our other things. There's just 31 municipalities in Broward County, and anytime you can get to that group together to work positively, there's a lot of compromise and a lot of work that goes into that. I think this issue is worthy of additional work. I think we should think a little bit about, in a revenue neutral way, how do we make sure that we're not disproportionately injuring these very, very small areas. I know as an economist that if you put a tax on a piece of property, or in some cases you just prohibit an owner from redeveloping in the way that they want, that depresses land value. And that is not what we're about at Broward County Schools. So in my mind, I don't know what the right answer is going to be, but I would love for us as a team, I don't know what part of our policy group, policy-making school board should be involved directly in this, but I think we ought to open up the door to explore kind of how to do this revenue neutral in a way that doesn't disproportionately hurt these tiny areas in Broward County, so that we can move forward and continue to grow Broward County so that we can grow our school district as well. I also think it's just critical that all county level governments and municipal governments figure out ways to get together to pursue our common pursuits. We're all here to build a great community. And we've got to figure out a way to do that in a way that is useful. I also want to thank the other Chris Nelson from presenting. Thank you, lawyer Chris Nelson, for sharing your thoughts. To me, it was very clear when you think about a developer not being able to develop land in a way that's best for the community in that urban area of Oakland Park. It makes it very clear the disproportionate impact that we're having on a small group of landowners and potential residents that would love to come here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and thank you, Mr. Akabuso and your team, Ms. Paul, and the rest of you. So it appears from the public comments that the concern that I'm hearing is that the schools are no longer over-enrolled, they're under-enrolled, and that there are no new schools in the near future to be built, and that this will this is impacting affordable housing. So releasing the cities from the tri-county, tri-party agreement is being advocated on that basis. So with that being said, and listening to the district staff, that's the rationale for the cities in being released from the tri-party. But based upon your comments, Mr. Akabuso, it appears you're indicating that we still need to be able to function by collecting the student station cost and the impact fees. So I would like your input on why do we still need the student station cost in a very layman term so everyone can understand, and the impact fees, even though the schools are no longer over enrolled, even though we're not looking to build new schools. And also if you could comment again, even if it's reiterating on whether or not collecting these fees are impacting affordable housing.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. The first thing is, again, and Mr. Shin may add to what I'm going to say, the capacity that was built, we have to build student station to the student station cost. So whatever student station was built, because that's state law, we have to build not more than the student station cost. That's number one. Number two, again, the student station cost, because impact fee started in Broward County thereabout in 1979. It was Ordinance 79-1. So impact fee is a component of student station cost. So at this point in time, we're still collecting, first of all, the capacity that was built was student station cost, impact fees included. We collect impact fees today post-concurrency when we have capacity. So pretty much that's what it is. Again, not to say there's a disproportion. These boundaries were established to increase density for housing that was going to be done. And what happened back then was the cities via the interlocal agreed to agree to student station costs by doing 2 public hearings and agreeing to that. So we're just abiding by what's in place today. And Omar Shin may.
Okay, and I would also like comments on the student station cost, which is different from the impact fees, correct?
Yes, the student station cost historically is higher because that's the cost you have to build a school to. The impact fees are derived via study, and the formula is different. The school districts don't do the student station cost. The state comes up with those numbers. There's collective entering into local agreement. The impact fees are derived via study.
Okay, so if we have under-enrolled schools and we're not planning on building new schools, can you tell us in a very concise way, why do we still need student station costs?
Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. Yes, when we built this capacity, it was in anticipation of growth that these very developments would address. So the capacity is already built, as you say, but we don't own the capacity in terms. What we do is we finance it leveraging future revenues, just like you would a mortgage. So if you have a mortgage and you depend on future income, which includes mitigation and impact fees, as well as other revenue, then that is why this income is important to the district.
Okay, so if we continue to collect these fees, what are we using the funds for at this time?
The funds are being, well, let me be specific. The impact fee zones are divided throughout the district.
Okay.
So if a development comes on in a specific impact fee zone, which there's 7, we don't spend that money on the debt service in another area. We spend it specifically to service that zone.
Okay, so when the funds come in, and Ms. Paul, it looks like you want to make a comment.
So I guess the big comment I want to make is that we still have debt. In the slide is 63.5 of the schools that we built because of growth. And so the money, the revenue that we have coming in goes to pay that debt. In addition, one of the considerations too is that we can use that money for core capacity. So we have schools that have smaller cafeterias than they need. We have a lot of needs in our DEFP that speak to those projects. So to not have this revenue to continue coming in to pay off debt and to pay off additional things that we need as a school district is detrimental.
Okay, so Ms. Paul, based on what and that's what I wanted to hear, based on what you're saying, the money that comes in, we use it to address issues including core capacity, the debt, and so on and so forth. And if we don't have that money as a school district, it's going to significantly negatively impact being able to handle those areas, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay, and here's my next question. Are we within the guidelines, any sort of legal guidelines in terms of this money and the agreement that we have to be able to spend it in this regards, in light of the cities saying there are no new schools, we are under-enrolled, and that's what the money was supposed to be used for. Now we're saying using it for core capacity, taking care of debt, and so on. Are we within guidelines of the agreement and any legal guidelines to be able to spend the money in this regard?
I think what you're asking is if we're doing a switch and bait. So I'll, in layman's terms, so I'll have Mr. Gabriel address those specific issues.
Thank you, Alan Gabriel.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, all of these developments that are coming forward are vested developments. They are vested because it was expected that they would be paying their fair share to come in, and that they would be paying for the debt that has the capacity that you created for them to come and be able to utilize the school system. One of the things that's happening simply is that the money is being utilized as expected as it comes in, and they're paying off for the fact that they're able to do that. If you chose to not do that, they wouldn't have capacity. They would have had to go a different direction at this point in time. You'd be building more schools, but who would know that? Who would know where we were today and how we are? But your debt still exists because you're carrying that mortgage like any homeowner would carry that mortgage, and you still have to pay it.
Okay, so I just have two more questions. And so with regards, if this money stopped coming in, and Ms. Paul, you mentioned that it would be negatively impactful, how would we then support the funding required for debt and core capacity if we don't have this money to do so? Okay.
The funding would have to come from other capitals, such as our millage, so that's where it would come from.
Okay, and it was mentioned that there's an impact on affordable housing based upon the comments from the public. Can you speak to that?
Well, again, Alan Gabriel, I can speak to the idea that there's a process in place to be able to get credits or ask for forgiveness or reduction of those costs if you wish to start the process and do that. Just because you claim to be developing affordable housing and not going through the procedure to certify that doesn't mean you're going to build affordable housing, which is the process you must go to be able to get the credit that comes before the board for you to approve it so that they can have that opportunity for affordable housing. They can talk about it, they being developers or a community can talk about it all they want, but if they're not following the procedure that is in place to accomplish that and make it a legal affordable housing project, it doesn't get the credit.
Okay, so lastly, there were concerns I heard regarding equity, and as far as paying different in different places. I'd like your feedback on that because that kind of raised a red flag for me.
Thank you. So let's understand how these 8 developments really are, these 8 areas. These were areas that were basically single-family residential community areas that the cities decided that they were going to put in multifamily, big building, high-rise development. I mean, all we need to know is look back to what the city of Fort Lauderdale was, 20 years ago. Of course, it wasn't these high-rises that we have.
Right.
Those buildings came in and they created density. It's the density that they created the project boundaries that were then part of these agreements. And the higher densities were anticipated to create new student requirements. And that's why you have these 8, because those are the communities that decided to do that.
Okay.
If you had other cities that wished to do it, we would have done the same thing. They were all done exactly the same way with no change. The only changes that may exist is because over time, the agreements may have been amended, they may have been changed, as I indicated earlier, that amendments happened, there would have been amendments for type of change of use, type of facility, or what it might have been, which when we calculated and whatever those costs and expenses would have been at that time of the amendment, it would have changed them so they're not exactly the same. If they all came together at the same point in time, they would have all been the same numbers and we would have used the same formulas.
Okay, so there is no inequity concern, you would say, that's intentional in any way?
I would only say this, we would have been in a lot of lawsuits if there were.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Alhada?
Thank you. So with our cities, you know, they are our partners, and I feel today like I know we're workshopping this, but we're just kind of scratching the surface. You know, I really enjoyed hearing from everybody that came and spoke today, but they only got 1 minute to speak, and that's not really an entire conversation. So I know one of the public speakers spoke to making a committee, so that committee can then make recommendations to this board. So I support that. I think that's a great idea, because again, this can be hours of a conversation and not just, you know, 1 hour. And I didn't feel I got enough to hear from the community members that came today. So that would be my recommendation. You know, as we are trying to redefine Broward County Public Schools, it is a collaborative conversation with our city partners. We are counting on that relationship to bring kids back to Broward County Public Schools. And it is very expensive to live in Broward County. So if there is housing that's more affordable for our families, right, then they're going to move to our cities and then go to Broward County Public Schools. So it's a revolving process, and I just think that we're just scratching the surface here, and we need to have that more collaborative conversation within this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. And first, I want to thank everyone who came to speak today. I think you all provide important context and history, and I know you all care very much about our public schools, so thank you. I have a lot of questions for staff. First, I think Dr. Holness got to this a little bit. For the mitigation fees, or the student station fees, we built buildings, correct? And now we are currently paying the debt we are paying that off like a mortgage is the term that I heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I think that's a helpful way to look at this starting out. Now I want to go back to page 4 of the presentation. And I want to focus particularly on the student station fees. So where it says spending, it says we can use it, or it can be used for the following: to mitigate and provide capacity at schools impacted by proposed residential land use or zoning change, to acquire new school sites that's not currently applicable to us, construct new schools. And I have a question. Well, actually, I'll just ask it right now. Would that apply to, so like Rickards Middle School is going to be a new school. That's not what this language here means though, right? Because it's not an additional school, it's a school replacement.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul or Mr. Cabuso?
So as I understand it, acquire or to construct a new school, not for the situation like in Rickards.
Got it. So then it says construct classroom additions. And so one building that comes to mind is the new addition at Northeast High School that we, opened up last year, sorry. Would that apply in this situation?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Shim.
Yes, I believe we did issue COPs for that and some other things. I think Stranahan High School was one of them. The
cafeteria. Okay. And then also pay off debt service on COPS that funded capacity additions. Am I understanding correctly? I thought that we did COPS for Rickards as well. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So now I want to go back to a question that was asked earlier, because I think it's important to reiterate and drill down on. The student station fees, are they being used to these purposes as identified on slide 4, to pay off debt service for buildings that we built when we needed that capacity? And also, I'm curious, are we able to use this money to pay the COPS for Rickards Middle School, for the Northeast High School addition, for the Stranahan cafeteria?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Schiff.
We follow the agreement. So whatever's outlined in the agreement, and the typical agreement basically benefits these are outlined in terms of the specific area and then the areas surrounding it. So if the development fees are collected in a certain area, if there are classrooms, capacity additions in that area serviced by the COPS, we would utilize it for that, or any surrounding areas that impact that zone.
Okay.
Can I add to that? The key word in impact fees and by default student station costs is this thing called rational nexus. So when you collect the money, whoever pays that money, there has to be a link that is benefiting the payee. So in this particular situation, we've developed something in Broward County whereby they quarterly send money collected to the capital budget. We provide the schools that are affected by that development in an Excel document, provide them to Mr. Shim, so that when they spend the money, they make sure there's that connectivity, which is a rational nexus.
Got it.
Make that point.
Thank you. And I also want to point out something else on slide 4 under cost per student station fees. It says specifically, the FS applies to the construction of new schools, the replacement and modernization of schools, and classroom additions. And I think it's important to reiterate that point, because in my conversations with city elected officials and people at different municipalities, a common concern that's raised, and also just talking to parents and employees, a common issue that is raised is the issue of our aging facilities and the need for modernization, especially on the east side where we have a lot of older facilities. So while we may not be needing building new schools, a brand new school as opposed to a replacement, I am aware of several projects in District 3 on the east side that do benefit from this. A point has been raised about affordable housing in Broward County, and I recognize that this is a crisis. And that's why I supported not increasing our impact fees when that was up for a vote over the summer. It's my understanding, and I have a few more questions about the negotiations that have happened, that staff's proposal seems to be, or attempts to be, a compromise meant to address the affordable housing concerns. And I looking at it and listening to the discussion today, it seems like to me it is a fair proposal, a fair compromise. I did have a few more questions. One of the public speakers spoke to projected ad valorem income. Can staff speak to that at all, since that wasn't in the presentation?
Mr. Schiff.
Yes, the district does benefit from growth in terms of new development, and that would positively impact our ad valorem, our millage.
Okay. And I hope that we can dive down into that a little bit more. And I think that Ms. Al-Hadaf's suggestion about a committee that we heard from the public speakers would be beneficial, because this is a very, as one of the public speakers said, a very nuanced issue. But I think that is very important for us to look at, is the projected income from that. And the way it's been raised to me in conversations with, city officials and developers is, if we maintain these student station fees, that we are not looking forward enough, and that we're going to be losing this projected income because these developments won't be built. I don't know that it's such a black and white issue, but I'm curious to see, if we do start a committee to see those discussions happen. It's my understanding, based on what I heard from our staff, that staff has tried to negotiate it with the impacted cities and the county regarding the mitigation fees. Can someone delve into that a little bit more?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Akabusa.
Yes, we have a process whereby any city, for example, Oakland Park, when it initially started with its units, was 1,181 townhouse and then 6 garden apartments, right? So there about maybe 2 years ago, the city wanted to then convert everything into mid-rise, which is a different housing type. So when you are trying to make, it doesn't prevent any entity to change the unit type because of demand for that unit type. We have a process. The city will, through their maybe legal counsel, make amendments or proposals, have discussions. We all agree. We go through the process. Once that is done, Mr. Gabriel gets involved. We interact with the county, and then we will always then go back. What is the new students? And then the mitigation still stands, which is cost per student station. So those are the kind of things that took place. And then what's been stated in the recommendation was also an attempt when the concerns were coming up that these fees, we are making the units higher. We said, okay, because they kept saying they're doing attainable housing. So you have affordable housing, you have workforce housing, you have attainable. Well, we said, okay, if you are doing workforce housing, affordable housing, go through the certification process. But that wasn't received, and that's what we meant. It's trying to stay within the guidelines, and we pretty much work with the cities.
Okay, so I want to know more generally, have we sat down with the impacted cities to say, let's work this out? Like, I know you guys want us to release you from the mitigation fee or the student station fee. We don't necessarily, that's not necessarily our position. How can we sit down and come to a compromise about this? Have we done that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Gabriel.
Yes, thank you. Ad nauseum. I only say it that way because in certain circumstances we were advised that this is what we want to do. I made a number of proposed variations of an amendment that would have addressed that and submitted it to a particular city. Then I'm told that, no, that's not what we want to do. We want to do something different. What would you like to do? We then sat down again and made an attempt to satisfy the issue. And again, we were told that's not acceptable. With regard to the issue of the gentleman who came forward and talked about the development in Oakland Park, if they had, at that very point, they had asked us to do an amendment, it would have automatically reduced those fees if they had come forward and gone through the amendment process dramatically. Mr. Akabusa has the numbers. He could tell you what the numbers were initially and what they would have been as we proposed them, but it wasn't acceptable. So the answer is yes, we make every effort to come into to create a reality that it works for both the development community, the city, whatever that might be, and the district, and bring it to the parties for acceptance. It never got passed in this case, in that case in particular, the city that was involved. It never got past that original drafting.
Okay. So let me ask the question in a little bit of a different way. Have we as a district sat down with the city of Miramar, the city of Lauderhill, the city of Fort Lauderdale, the city of Oakland Park, put everyone at the table and had a conversation about this?
If I can elaborate, Mr. Gabriel said we've had successful amendments to a bunch of the 9, not all of them, right? Like Lauderdale, Lauderdale Lakes, maybe Plantation, Lauderdale Lakes, Lauderhill, none of those units have been built. So we only make amendments to the agreements when the cities show up. But we didn't call all 9 cities and say, you know what, let's make a change because nobody said there's a problem, right? So Oakland Park was the one that spearheaded stuff because of what they were trying to do. But every city that comes forward, we don't, every city that comes forward, we tailor potential amendments to that city. But not every city, until this recent concerns has come and said we all collectively have a problem. We've successfully amended agreements based on what the cities were trying to do, changing the use. But in terms of proactively say, you know what, there's a problem, because there was no problem, except when you want to amend, and then City of Oakland Park was starting to have an issue. But so that's pretty much what has happened.
Okay. So what I am hearing, or I'll push back on that a little bit, because as a board member, I'm hearing from a lot of people that there is a problem. Like, you have cities in the county, passing resolutions in opposition to this, and you have the planning council, pushing a vote on this. So I think to say that no one said there's a problem is not certainly not my perspective as a board member. Which again brings me back to, I think it would be valuable for us to sit down, form a committee of people from development to the cities to the school district to try to come up with a more nuanced solution. I do not believe that if we just released all the cities from the agreement and then came back to the table, that would be wise, because I don't see that working out in anyone's favor. So that's not my position, but I do think we need to make a concerted effort to bring all of the impacted parties together and have these discussions and try to come up with a solution that is not just releasing people from an agreement, that is helping us pay off something that happened 20 years ago. Like, when I have a mortgage, I promise to pay off that money, right? So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Board Chair, let me just elaborate real quick as a clarification. The affordable housing piece, when the issue popped to Oakland Park, we communicated through what we call the staff working group, which is the technical body that works on the interlocal agreement, and also the oversight committee. So we said collectively, if we make this proposal, we're open to making the same offer, which is a recommendation to all of the agreements. So technically, that was put out there as a potential solution to anybody who has a problem. So I wanted to clarify my response.
Got it. Thank you. And sorry, I had one more question. Help me understand how we, Broward County Public Schools, are preventing single-family homes from being built. Specifically, one public speaker spoke to the Orange Grove area in Oakland Park, or the Orange Grove development.
So that's the second, I think it's the local activity center in in Oakland Park. Again, that was one of the issues, and Mr. Garibay can speak to that. The cities drew the boundary, right? So we said to the city, one of the solutions, you can easily carve out these 2 houses from this boundary, because right now the city hasn't officially come forward to amend that tri-party. They haven't. I actually spoke to one of the homeowners, but the city can easily take action, propose to redraw the boundary, and carve out those 2. So it wasn't a problem we created.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Mrs. Ruppert?
Thank you. I don't really want to keep going down this path at this moment. I mean, I've never seen 2 different understandings that are so far apart. It's jarring, to tell you the truth. So I am 100% in positive that we need to do a committee, because we cannot get this done in an hour. We can't get it done in a day. So I don't want to take up more time because we're behind, and I appreciate everybody's commitment to being here. But yeah, there's no way we can get together at this moment. If we even had a day that we could vote on something, it would be impossible. So there needs to be, we're in the business of education, and right now we need an education on what is going down. So that's my point. So yes for the committee.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy Bowman.
I agree with Ms. Rupert. I think I'd absolutely support sitting down because there's clearly a lot of issues that, we have two sides that are seeing totally different taking totally different positions and feeling unduly burdened. And I think that to Ms. Aldeff's point earlier, we are one community and we need to work together to make sure that everything is functioning properly and that everyone is getting what they need. And so to have a committee where we can have a better, clearer understanding of all the moving parts here and try to figure something out in a time period that is allows for that, I think is very important. So I fully support that. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go back for a quick short round, but since it's come up a number of times, I think we should do a consensus as to whether our expectation is to have, I'll call it a work group as opposed to a committee, to be able to bring everybody to the table. Because we're looking at you and seeing the people behind you and you're talking and they're all shaking their heads. So clearly there was a disconnect and we do want to be cognizant and good partners with our cities. We need them. They need us. It should be a good partnership. And I think that's really what they were coming here today to ask for, was let's look at this, let's work together, not in individual pieces, but as one big group, however that might work as a work group. So I'd like to just take a consensus with the board if that's the direction we're going to give staff, and then we'll finish up with a couple other.
Chair, before
questions.
you do that, I have a pertinent point about what you're going to ask about. Can I just have 10 seconds?
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. The Broward Planning Council may be the right group for us to ask to do this. And my suggestion is we're one of the three parties. If we form a working group, we got our perspective,
Yes.
right? The Broward Planning Council is designated by the county, who does our land use policy. We don't do it, they do it. And it has city reps, it has individuals that represent development communities that sit on that. They have a school board rep, mayors of cities, city commissioners, some of them are here today. But they live in the land use world, that's their job. And they might be the right group to say, would you look at this and see if you can come up with a revenue neutral solution that mitigates some of their issues. So that's just another idea.
So, well, and I would just say, I think staff really could look at with the group and figure out who that work group is. I don't know if we want to direct who the work group is. I just want a consensus if we all agree that we're looking to give direction to go in that way, and then we can decide what that looks like, although I don't think we should be deciding that per se, but I just want to get a consensus before we go forward. So Mrs. Pham, work group, yes or no?
I hadn't had time to voice my opinion yet, so I am an absolute no then, since I wasn't given that opportunity, and other people were given a second opportunity to speak.
No, you didn't raise your hand. You're not on my list.
I had my microphone clicked for next.
We don't, you have to raise your hand, so I know. I'm making a list. You weren't skipped on purpose, so.
Well, based on the fact that I wasn't asked to chime in, it's an absolute no. I don't think the school district would have the capability. This has been ongoing for years, this battle, and I think it's just a waste of everyone's time. And they have done their due diligence. They paid for 20 years for students to come through. We said we had an overcrowded school district. They paid their district. It's not their obligation to float us. It's not at all. And
the question was just about a work group, which they came to ask.
Yep. No, I don't think this district can resolve
I'll give you your time, but let's just finish this. Mrs. Thompson, yes or no? That's all I need right now.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Zeman, yes. Mrs. Leonardi, yes. I'm a yes. Yes. Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, we're going to work on a work group that includes all three groups that are in the agreement. So the city, the county, and the school board, and maybe the planning committee is the right place. I don't know if it is or not. I think we could let you figure out what that work group looks like. Okay. Okay, Mrs. Pham, go ahead, sorry.
A little too late. Thank you.
Well, moving forward, it's really important that you raise your hand because there's nothing on here that indicates to me you want to speak. So,
Ma'am, I've done that. I've raised my hand before, and you've overlooked me and just continued. So this is something that's ongoing. So I will definitely make a scene each time it happens. I think that's the best thing to do. Maybe that will garner some attention. Thank you.
okay. Dr. Seaman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I wonder, there seems to be one critical boundary condition for the working group, which is the developers, the municipalities are talking about how much they have to pay, right? And so either we ask a group, whomever that might be, to sit down and come up with some kind of solution for going forward. But to me, there's a big deal about whether it's revenue neutral or whether or not they're allowed to bring us solutions in which there's less money paid from developers and through municipalities to, based on the trilateral agreement. So do we want to ask the working group just to come up with a universe of ideas, or do we want them to come up with ideas that may change who pays but be revenue neutral to Broward County schools?
I mean, I think we would all agree we want it to be revenue neutral because we all understand what staff is saying. I mean, based on the conversations we've had, that we can't just say we don't need this money. We clearly have things we need it for. So it's not to get out of that. It's to see what is a more equitable way to be collecting these funds.
And Chair, I feel the same. I just wonder if it makes sense to get consensus of the board so that we give the whatever group forms to put this together, or groups form to work on this, that they understand what we think a limit is, which is bring us ideas, but we still think we need to pay off the debt for what we bought.
Okay, so I'll go back around. Dr. Holness, do you agree that whatever idea they bring back would be revenue neutral, that we would still be receiving funds?
Can I interject?
Yes, Dr. Hepburn.
I just want to give opportunity for staff to kind of weigh in to kind of help support the conversation about some of the acts to bring back.
Thank you.
I think because of the complexity of the situation, I think that we'll need to come back to the board with the various stages of ideas and forming the working group and what's on the table. Because this is an education for the community as well in terms of, the big looming thing for us is we still have this debt. And the assumption that we can make it revenue neutral is a very bold leap, because if the city doesn't pay this debt or continue to pay us, we will have to pay it as a school district. So I think it's very important that, we don't leap too quickly into coming up with an answer because of the complexity of it, and that we listen to the cities, we listen to the county to kind of put an agreement in place that will be flexible over the next 10 years, 15 years.
So is it safe to say you have a general idea moving forward? Do you need any more direction from us?
No,
okay,
I do not.
Then
Thank
we'll
you.
leave it at that. Ms. Thompson, you didn't have a chance to speak yet, so go ahead.
That's okay. I just want to make sure in the work group that we're incorporating homelessness, nonprofits, or actual affordable housing. I hear what the city's said. I think affordable housing is a much more complex issue. I also feel like this might benefit developers that promise affordable housing and it doesn't actually come through. So I hear the concerns that the city officials brought. However, affordable housing is more than just lines. There are policies that go with it. There are making sure that the people in the community can actually qualify for this housing. And so for us to come in and just be like, oh, you can have the money back is I think, a very dangerous thing. And I would support staff's recommendations. I really appreciate your efforts, and I support the work group. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll finish up with Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I was going to say, I don't know that we need to necessarily get into specific asks, just because it doesn't appear that we can agree on like a central set of facts. So I think, you know, having an agreement on like the ground that we're all standing on is important, first and foremost. And I do not think that the Planning Council is the appropriate place to do this. It seems, you know, they've already been involved in discussions, but I think it's important that our staff is a part of this, because our staff are the people who are bringing us proposals and trying to change policy. So I want to reiterate, I think it's important that we involve the municipalities, the county, our school district staff, as well as developers. And the one piece I wanted to speak to earlier that I skipped over in my notes was something that the city manager from Fort Lauderdale brought up, is that, you know, a lot of these new buildings were built out west, like in Parkland and Coral Springs, and they are not subject to these fees, which if I am Fort Lauderdale or Oakland Park or Lauderhill, that is very annoying to see. So I'm wondering if there is a way to be more equitable about that. So that's something I would like the work group to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. It was a great discussion. Thank you, everyone that came to speak on behalf of the different municipalities, and I hope you all have a great day. At this time, we will now move into a closed-door session that shall last for 45 minutes. All persons not scheduled to attend the closed-door session, please exit the room at this time. And Mr. Thank you. Welcome back. The next item is Rule Development Policy 1020, School Board Meetings and Rule of Order. I now turn it over to staff for a very brief presentation.
Mr. Sullivan?
I'm up. All right. Again, John Sullivan, Chief Communication Legislative Affairs Officer, and I will be assisted more likely by Mr. Hill and also Ms. Batista, our fabulous General Counsel. This policy is, make sure I have my numbers right, sorry, 1020. And I'm not going to go over every single line item, just the main areas. So it's moving the public comments, limiting them from 15 to 10 minutes. It's moving 5 of those minutes within prior to the board discussing the consent items. And then the additional 5 minutes would be for the open items. If they don't utilize any of those 10 minutes, they're allowed to use the leftover towards amendments. So that's the biggest change as it relates to public comment. Also, committee reports would be moved to workshops. It'll be moved away from the board meeting to a workshop. The rationale behind that is to allow the board a greater opportunity to discuss those reports and recommendations that those committees may have. At that point, if this were to pass, the board could decide whether to ask or direct the superintendent through consensus or follow up with a B item at a later board meeting. Then there's some changes that relates to some legal opinions that have come out as it relates to public comment. I don't know, Ms. Batista, if you wanted to highlight some of those, but those changes were made to ensure that we're more in line with those opinions that have been released since the last time we did this policy. And I believe those are the major changes. There's also, let me highlight some of, we attached Attachment A and Attachment B, and that is our advisory committees are utilizing a mechanism to capture their reports and also their recommendations. We're also asking that the committees submit a one-pager with their recommendations so the board has more backup material for their recommendations. And unless Ms. Batista or Mr. Hill want to add, that is a general overview of the policy changes.
Just one short
Okay, Ms. Batista.
Sure. So given the fact that there was a decision last year in the case of Moms for Liberty versus Brevard County, we made some changes related to that decision and the decorum at board meetings. The major change is that speakers are able to use names of individuals, which in the past they were not. Defamatory or abusive remarks are still not allowed because they have nothing to do with the education process, unless you're talking about trying to give a criticism, constructive criticism, or say that somebody did something well. That's also allowed. As being pertaining to the education process of the district. Otherwise, it's outside those parameters, and it would be prohibited. And the only other major change that I'm just talking in general, but is decorum would be page 10. No?
It was page 13 and 15.
So yes, decorum is on page 13. There is also a designated spokesperson section. So when there is a large group of individuals with a common goal, they are urged to choose one person to speak for the whole group as opposed to having multiple comments that are potentially repetitive. And that's found on page 10. And those are the two legal changes.
And then the only thing I wanted to, I forgot to mention, although the policy is suggesting a reduction from the 15 to the 10 minutes, it's actually allowing the public to comment on every single item within that time. Right now, they're limited to 5 items. So although their time is being reduced, it still gives them greater ability to speak on multiple items beyond the 5 items that they're currently allowed to speak to.
Okay, is that the end of the presentation? Okay, so we'll go to public comments. So first up, we have Jackie Lusk.
On. Good morning, Jackie Luscombe, Coral Springs. Overall, I respect any effort to make board meetings and the public's ability to contribute to them more effective and efficient. What a number of these new proposals do, however, in my humble opinion, is convey that you want to hear less from your community and your stakeholders. I would rather the board be spending this time working on any of the myriad issues of concern we've brought you, rather than on figuring out how to hear less of them. It's a weird irony to being here speaking to an item that's all about us having us speak less, and the fact that you prioritize time for it feels to me disappointing. On page 7, I think people don't know the difference between consent and open agenda items. That's bureaucratic lingo. A topic is a topic, and if they want to speak to it at the start of a meeting, regardless of whether it's consent or open, please let folks do so. Page 8, verbal committee reports, it says should represent an account of the committee's respective meeting minutes, and then you want to add the language and must include the specifications referenced in attachment A. I urge you to reject those proposals. You can already should be reading our meeting minutes. You should be sending your appointees to our meetings and having regular check-ins with them to discuss what came up at those meetings. So while having us speak to the minutes when we report before you here once a month creates a third layer of redundancy, please know that we want to also use that time in our reports for all that stuff we do between meetings, which in my case personally is the predominance of the work I do. ESE advisory meetings are once a month for 2.5 hours, plus we have committees. I volunteer 20 to 30 hours minimum a week for ESE duties, and a lot of that is helping parents who are lost in a lot of cases or feel they've exhausted efforts to get help from BCPS or even from you folks. Parents will often complain that they emailed their board member and got no reply, or their complaint just got referred back to the very parties they're complaining about. Many are parents who've been given wrong information by BCPS or don't know their rights or are being spun in circles or even retaliated against for their persistence. Other work we do out here, routing parents to help, providing resources, helping them make connections, ensuring there are fixes through communication and collaboration with departments, holding dialogue with staff in the wider community, and so on. You are effectively saying you don't want to hear all that or misunderstanding what we do. Please let us report on it. You should want to hear from us. If committee chairs want to provide written reports, let them do so, but please don't mandate them. Don't one more thing us. We are volunteers. We do enough and more. It also says committee reports may present committee reports. Sorry, committee representatives may present committee reports at workshops. Is that a must? That needs clarity, but I would suggest please retaining them at regular board meetings would be the place. There's much more, but in summary, I just hope that these proposals can be tuned for the better of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Trudy Jovanovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Jovanovich. Regarding this rule development, I assume you would be requiring the looping process for these changes. I was glad to see that the morning speakers had also submitted written comments. Sometimes I've been told that if I did a written comment, I wasn't supposed to be able to speak. I don't know whether that was official or not, and I didn't see it in here, but I don't think that's a good way to do things. On page 7, A1, I object strongly to the proposed changes. They appear to be so confusing as to simply restrict public comment on each item. They would be onerous for staff to manage during a meeting. It also makes everyone attend the meeting early in the morning, when many parents are making sure their children are safely in school. Please go back to the original wording, which is similar to how it's been for over 15 years that I've been speaking on the board. Delete the following proposed changes. One member of the public may speak for no more than 10 minutes during a single meeting, including, and then it should be 15 minutes anyway. Go back to that. including that person's general public comments. Within this total, speakers are allowed up to 5 minutes to address items on the consent agenda and an additional 5 minutes to address any open items on the agenda. I'm sorry. Is there anybody in the public that's going to understand what I just read? No, they're not. Do not do this. What you've got is a real mess. I agree with Jackie that you need to have the committee reports during public meetings, and people don't care about the workshops unless they're directly affected by them. That's why there's nobody here. This morning there was, because they knew about an issue, and whether it was a workshop or not, they would have listened. You need to have this public comment when the public is watching. You also do not make BTU or other employee groups turn in a written report. Why would you make your employee or your volunteers do something like that? That's like they do to teachers all the time. Put this objective on the board so we can walk in and see whether you're on topic. Boy, it burns people. And the same thing will go with this kind of change. Don't change it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. Normally I go last, but I'm going to go first because I have a couple of things, and some of this came about because of the suggestions I had made early on. So I want to go to something that's not actually on here, but I do think it ties in with school board meetings and rules of order. So earlier today, there was a video that a school board member selected a charter school to do the pledge for today. And although I didn't agree with it, I didn't want to make a unilateral decision. I really wanted to have a discussion with all of you about how you felt about highlighting charter schools when we do our pledge. We've traditionally only asked our Broward County Public School students to do that, and so we put it on hold for today to see what the consensus would be, also to see if we wanted to add it into the policy, whatever it is we come up with. So I'd like to have a brief discussion with all of you on that before we move forward, on how you feel about having anyone besides Broward County Public School students say the pledge and be highlighted. So is there anybody that would like to weigh in on that? Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So we have our Broward County Public Schools, traditional public schools, and then we have our charter schools that are also public schools and are within our district. And I respect all of the schools. However, the charter schools are our direct competition to our traditional public schools. We are losing our kids to charter schools. So I think that this is a very small period of time that we have to highlight our traditional public schools. So I would want to see that going to our Broward County Public Schools during that time to do the pledge, or if they're highlighting something very special and amazing that they're doing at Broward County Public Schools.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in? And if you think it needs to be in policy, because we've done it by practice, but just to be clear moving forward so that we're all in the same understanding. Dr. Holness.
Okay, so Madam Chair, were you referring to charter schools specifically when you mentioned anyone else besides our students, or
right.
who
Well,
were you?
What came up was a charter school, but I just it could go different places. So in general, or more specifically, would we want to make a statement, whether it's in policy or in procedure and practice, that moving forward, we would only be allowing Broward County Public School students to do the pledge? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so I am in agreement with Board Member Alhadeff regarding the charter schools. They are We are losing students to charter schools. I think we have board meetings and workshops maybe 3 or 4 times maximum. It's a very limited time. We have a lot of schools, and I think it's important that we use that space to highlight our traditional public schools. Now, if you're speaking about outside of charter schools, additional stakeholders that are relevant to the district, then I can entertain that, but certainly not charter schools.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McCarthy Bowman.
Thank you for the formality. I agree with Dr. Holness and Ms. Aladeff. I think that, we watched this amazing presentation for our marketing and everything, even, in consideration, these are very small little clips where we have the ability to highlight our schools. And I think that we should capitalize on that for our traditional public schools. And, charter schools have their own forums where they can be highlighted. They're highlighted by municipalities where they lie. I see that all the time. So I would like to keep it to our traditional public schools.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
I'm a little torn. I know economically what it means for us, but we certainly share in, we count the students when it comes to enrollment, or do we not? So they're not part of our enrollment figure?
As far as enrollment, we look at the enrollment 2 ways. It's district-operated schools, which is roughly, give or take, 200,000 students, and then we say 50,000 students for a charter, and then the rest is homeschool, private, and all that, if you're talking about enrollment numbers.
Okay. So where we have our figures that we share publicly about what our enrollment is doing at the time. So I think there's a little confusion. It seems like we have a different number, and maybe I'm just not following the process here, understanding this, because I go to charter school graduations because they're in public school. Yes, it's our competition, but if it doesn't conflict with any of my district schools, then I do it. It's an easy. Their students are our students, and they're our kids. Yes, do we want to get them back in our school and recoup that money? Yes. So, like I said, I'm torn. I would say when we talk about going forward in this district economically, it makes it simple enough that it would be not allowing it.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm sorry, Mrs. Leonardi.
You can call me Sarah. I think, it should stick to traditional public schools. I don't necessarily think that we need to put that in policy, but I'm not opposed to it.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. As the offending board member, I want to take a couple minutes and describe how this happened and why it happened. Public charter schools are often considered private schools by a lot of people in Broward County. And I think it's important for people to understand that public charter schools are part of the public school system. We had a public charter school that won some distinctions, and the people who manage charter schools are often reflecting back to us that they get treated like third-class citizens in Broward County. And yet they're educating our students in the same way we are. Private schools also educate our students, as do homeschoolers. And I think it's very important as a Broward County School Board member to represent the education of our community, not just those that attend traditional public education. I was also motivated by some opportunities we have to partner with public charter schools. I've been trying to get people here and in other counties to rally around asking for more money, like dramatic improvements in public funding for education in Florida. I think it's the right thing for Broward County, it's the right thing for large municipal counties, and it's the right thing for the state of Florida. Charter schools, as part of the beneficiaries of FTE funding, have partnered in that effort, and they want to ask for more money in heroic amounts, $1,000 per FTE per year. It's probably the most exciting legislative thing that we could possibly work on. Public charter schools also partner with us in a variety of other ways, whether it's school psychologists or therapists or training that we provide to teachers there. They are our competitors in a sense, but the failure of Broward County traditional public education system, going back years, decades, is what created the charters that we have today. And so we allowed them to grow, the law allows them to exist, and now we're competing because we'd like to win back those students. But it doesn't deny the fact that we ask them to partner with us all the time. We ask them to have, we all have access to those schools as school board members. We can walk in and flash our badge and go and look at charter schools. Every year we accredit the charter schools that come here. We look at their books to make sure that they're still viable. But they keep telling me, the people that manage charter schools, that they feel resentful because we treat them like third-class citizens. So I asked what kind of symbolic measure could we do to just let them do something that has no impact on our budget or our policy. I don't feel like we're bragging about a public charter school to let their students come and say the pledge. I would let homeschool kids come say a pledge. I would let private school kids come say the pledge. They're all our kids, and I was attempting to make a symbolic measure that everybody in that group, in our group, is the same. I brought this up to the superintendent. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't violating any good order and discipline, and that's why I invited them to say the pledge today. I, like Ms. Leonardi, don't think we need any big policy move. It's the will of the board not to do this. That's fine. I believe it's the prerogative of school board members to invite groups to come and say the pledge. It's a statement that we can make about something that's important, whether we're highlighting a school in one of our single-member districts or a school that just won a state tournament. I don't want to make this a repeated thing, but I wanted charter schools to know that we care about their kids, that their teachers belong to our community as well, and what they're doing is important to Broward County, which I represent. And so that's why I invited this one public charter school to come give the pledge. I just wanted my colleagues to understand that and the public to understand it as well. I don't think public charter schools are second-rate organizations. I think they're doing things that matter to our community. I've watched people that are sitting here today in campaign events where they're asked about charter schools. And, you know, we want every kid to get a great education in Broward. Yes, we compete with them, but we also partner with them to do a whole bunch of things. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. So as someone that represents about 43 to 45% of people that go to charter schools, I think about this a lot. I think about this when I'm talking to people in the community, to people who run charter schools. I've toured charter schools, and I do think it's important to build a partnership with them. However, I don't think this is the time to do it. I think this is a time where we can highlight our traditional public schools. It's a very brief moment in time. They can give the pledge at their forums and their meetings because they do have their own meetings. And I just think it's very important right now that we all have a unified message that BCPS is the best tagline. And when we go and we need to be celebrating our successes and our wins because we have so many schools that did amazing things and we just don't have the time to highlight them. I don't think it needs to be put. I don't have a strong opinion on policy. That is fine. I just think we all, as board members, need to be unified in selling the amazing traditional public schools that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, thank you. I'm in agreement with Mr. Zeman. We represent charter schools. They are public schools. Florida is a school choice state that we should not consider ourselves in competition with them. We should complement one another. We can really work together. And that's the part of the problems here, even today with the cities. It's so divisive. It's either you're all against, it's your debt, our debt you're paying, or when you were asking them to subsidize the school district. It's not their debt. They paid the 20 years for students to be here. They didn't say forever we're going to make the same. I'm going back on track. But anyway, I think if anything, we can really enrich relationship. If you are hell-bent on competing, then let's do spelling bees against them. Let's do competitions against charters, but in a friendly way, not in a hate and the winner take it all. I think we can really make the county as a whole a better place if there's less angst. And everyone I've talked to at charter schools, and I go into parochial schools too, have said that they feel as if they're alienated. They're the redheaded stepchild. So I think this is a great opportunity to partner with them. Maybe they'll put some things up at their school. We can work out a reciprocal agreement. We promote one another. We're allies. Why can't we be allies? Why do we have to be enemies? So let's let everybody shine. Everyone has something unique to bring to the table here. They have their strengths. We have our strengths. Let's flourish among that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Dr. Holmes.
Thank you so much. So I just want to clarify that I believe that the majority of the comments from the board members is in no way not emphasizing the importance of every child in Broward County. I believe we all respect that, and every child is important. I think what we're asking here is Broward County traditional schools are given a certain pot of money, and charter schools are given their own pot of money. And so when we start to use resources to promote charter schools, I think it's one directional, right? So are charter schools using their resources to promote our students? So, you know, it's not a question about the students. We value all students, and we hope that they see the great value in Broward County traditional schools and come back to us. But I think that it's important that we are not developing or the intent to develop partnership based upon utilizing resources that we have limited amount of to emphasize or include charter school where they have their own resources to do their own promotion. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wrap that part up and move on. I would say I think we all agree. I've said it over and over. We would love to enhance our partnership with charter schools and see how that works. But again, I didn't believe that this was this place. It seems like that is the consensus. So moving forward, the pledge will be just Broward County Public School students, and we'll find other ways as suggested to make sure that we can partner with them and do things in a more collaborative way. So thank you for everybody weighing in. I appreciate that.
Chair?
Yes.
Just for clarity, was the consensus to include it in the policy or just a general practice?
I think we agreed it was just the general practice. We didn't have to necessarily, include it in the policy. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, perfect.
I just like point of order. I just want to put something on the record that I don't think we're allowed to make final decisions here at workshops. They have to be done at board meetings, and that's something that's bringing finality to a policy. That's really an unwritten policy. You're saying we are prohibited from doing something. No. So I just like my objection to be noted.
Through the chair?
So noted. It's fine. Ms. Batista.
Yes, so this is a part of the rulemaking process for a policy. So this is the type of place where certain rules are a little bit different. One of them being, for example, if the public were to come and ask questions specifically as to the policy, you would have to respond to those questions. Normally, we don't engage the public. That's one of the differences. The other one is that the board can make decisions here as to what they would like to see in the policy, that the policy will return to the board for final approval at a board meeting, and further changes can be made at that time.
Okay, thank you. I just want to move on. Are we okay with the policy? So I just wanted to explain a couple of the changes here, and then I'll go to everybody else. So when we came back from FSBA, some of the suggestions that I learned at the chairmanship board, we brought back. As a board, we had a consensus, yes, let's try that, but then we found out that there's a law that doesn't allow us to just do that. We needed to make changes in the policy. So that's why you're seeing some of these changes here. So what we were trying to do was to be more respectful of people's time. So we were going to put the public speaking for the consent items right before we go to the consent items, which are supposed to be on consent. So there's not a lot of discussion that happens on them, but allow the public to comment on them, all of them, for 5 minutes if they choose to do it at that time. And then after we had consent, allow them again to speak on whatever items they wanted to for 5 minutes before we went to the open items or the double items, so that they didn't have to stay all day long to talk on an item for 3 minutes, which we've heard. I think we've all gotten emails complaining, why do we have to sit around here for all day? I don't agree with including the general public speaking on that. So on page 7, I would say where it says 10 minutes during any single meeting, it should say excluding that person's general public comments. It shouldn't include it, so that would expand the amount of minutes that someone has to speak to actually 13 minutes, not 10. And then if they didn't use all their 10 minutes, they would be able to talk on motions. So this was really out of just trying to be more respectful of everybody's time. I know there's some people that don't mind sitting here all day waiting for that particular item to come up, because it may be at 1 o'clock, it may be at 4 o'clock, it may end up being bumped to the next day. So I was trying to be respectful of that. Also, changing the committees to the workshops. Again, the committees asked us, a lot of the committees, and actually got some emails to say thank you for doing this, because they want to have the time for discussion. And it was a mess last meeting when we were trying to fold it into the board meeting. So allowing it to be at a workshop where discussion is expected, and then if it wants to have a motion, we could have the motion come to the next school board meeting, where we're not having that talk in the middle of a school board meeting that's supposed to just be about specific school board business. So that's really where a lot of this came from. And the idea that the committees are asking us to have that communication and that discussion with them, the board workshops allow that to happen, where board meetings don't really lend itself to the time to have the discussion. So they would come, they would give their report, they would have recommendations in their report, and then we could ask them questions. We could have back and forth on what does that look like. We could just give consensus to the superintendent, yes, and then staff would be able to tell us what they have or haven't done on that, and then we could write a good solid motion, which is what's in our policy right now, moving forward. So that's where some of this came from. It was to be more respectful of the public's time, of the community, of the committee's time. And many of them asked us, what should our reports look like? What do you, and so if you look in there, you don't have to do a written report, only if you don't come to report to the school board. So you're either coming and giving a verbal report, or you're sending in a written report, so that we have an idea of what your recommendations are, what happened at your meetings, and what it is that you're advising us on, because that's really the idea of a committee, is to advise us. So I would like to see that it actually excludes the person's general comment time on page 7. I don't think that the 10 minutes should also be included if they come and talk on general items. So that's my input, and Sarah was the first one. Mrs. Leonardi with her hand up. Dr. Zeman. Anybody else? Okay, so yes, Mrs. Leonardi.
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I am really excited to get these things put together. I'm going to give a couple of comments in the nature of this being a workshop and not a board meeting. I actually think on page 7, the current version is better than the one you described, Chair. One of the things that happens when we get speakers who talk for a significant amount of time is that other people that would be interested in school board matters don't come. And this actually gives us an opportunity to hear from more people. And I think that's incredibly important. I think that's incredibly important on advisory boards too, to make sure that all of our meetings are inclusive and open to every member of advisory groups to have equal time to share their brilliant insights into things. So I actually prefer page 7A1 to stay as is, not to be excluding their other time. I would recommend on one substantive change, which is on page 8, that in general, Chair, we have 2 board workshops a month, right? I wondered if you and others would consider that the first school board workshop of every month would be the time when advisory boards come in and talk. That way it's crystal clear. It is, the 12th of March is when we have our first workshop day. If you've met at some point before the 12th so that you can get your meeting minutes together and come in and talk, I don't know how long that is. I think that would mean we'd have one school board workshop where advisory committees come in and talk, and another one, where we do workshop business exclusively. And I think that would make it better. I also would like to read their reports. And on page 9, 3F, one day prior to it, it's a little bit difficult for me to get to them all, but I'd really like to read them, and I'd wonder if the board would consider, some other number besides one day ahead, so that board members could actually read them, digest them, think about some questions, and then, be able to engage in meaningful dialogue. I don't know what a better number is, 3 or 5 or something like that, but given we're doing this for the first time, it might give us more time to do it. I have one question, Chair, for maybe you and the lawyer. On page 11, we have, let me give you the full reference, sorry, 4E and F kind of. I really love it when someone from the public comes and criticizes me. You're nuts about closing schools, Zeman. Zeman, you're crazy about this charter school thing. I like that because I want them to be able to have an outlet to come and say my votes are wrong, my topic are wrong, is all that. Is there anything in here that stops a member of the public to come and say that Zeman's all wet and kind of blew a whole bunch of votes in a row?
Ms. Batista.
Not at all.
Terrific. So defamatory comments about a school board member are prohibited. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so for someone to say, I don't like you or the way you treat, something or something like that, someone being unrelated to school matters is prohibited. But talking about what we did, you don't visit enough schools, you voted the wrong way, I don't like the way you wear those ties every week, that kind of stuff, that's okay. That's related to school board stuff.
Right. Everything except for the tie part. But
I know. I can't imagine someone objecting to one of my ties. But okay, great. And then the last recommendation on this is, to my knowledge, the way advisory boards bring us their recommendations, they debate, they talk, they have an issue, they go, oh, we need to tell the school board that we recommend this. And when they do that, there's a vote, right? Like they have 15 members, or members, maybe 13 are there, and there's a 8-5 vote of the advisory committee to bring a written recommendation that they have at that meeting, so that then the chair of the board or a rep, if that's the case, will bring it to the school board and read what has been approved by the advisory, right? To that end, I wonder if attachment B, down where it says recommendations to the school board, could include what the vote was. Because if it's 13-0, I'd be more swayed by that than if it was 7-6 or the like. But I also think it just reinforces the practice that we've written into policy, which is, advisory boards meet, they talk, they have all these different insights, tremendous value for what they add, and then they're supposed to write things down and say, this is a recommendation to the board, and then they vote. And I just think that would be an enhanced form if, in fact, we had the vote recorded as well.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. I did have a question pertaining to page 13 about the piece about defamatory comments made against individual board members, the superintendent, or district staff. Because I believe the general counsel and I have had conversations about what is, defamation and being an elected official. And so I'm wondering if you could play that out for me. Like, how does the chair determine if something is defamatory? What happens if they, so a public speaker says something that the chair believes is defamatory, and then the chair says, like, you're done, here's your warning, and then you're done. Can I guess the general counsel play that out for me, since we've had those conversations before?
Certainly. So for defamation issues, so defamation is defamation, there is a definition for it, a legal definition for it. The only issue is that if there is going to be a lawsuit against, let's say, a board member or any other political figure would like to file a case against someone who came or that said something about them, it is very difficult to rise to the level of proof necessary for a public figure to show defamation because of the fact that you are a public figure. So you would have to show that the person, in fact, was meant to, knew that whatever they were saying was untrue and that what they were saying was aimed to harm you, knowing that it was false. So it's a higher standard than any other regular citizen would have. Having said that, there is, and I know, it's difficult to apply sometimes these rules. That's one of the things that Moms for Liberty, that case, said when you are in the throes of a dispute with someone from the audience or whatnot. But it would be, when someone is coming to say, again, something that is false against, that is patently false, and that more likely that it's something that is unrelated to your job as a board member or your job as an employee of the district, they're not able to make those assertions. That's what this policy is trying to prohibit. And I think there were some board members that weren't here when I mentioned before that one of the things that is being changed is that they are able to mention the individual by name, which before the policy prohibited that.
Okay. So let me, I do want some clarity. So for instance, there have been situations where people come during public speaking and they lie about certain things that are happening in our schools. And they accuse employees of doing things that they do not do. So if moving forward, if this policy passes, they would not be able to do that. Is that correct?
Yes. The answer is yes. It depends on what the remarks are and what is being said. If the individual is damaging the reputation of someone, then, again, and they know that what they're stating is completely false, then that would be defamation.
Okay. So I'd like to just give a concrete example. Say I come to the school board meeting as a public speaker and I say teachers in Broward County Public Schools are doing XYZ, and XYZ is clearly false. It's not happening. Would the chair then have the ability per this policy to say, you are out of order, stop?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you. So I just wanted to get some clarity on moving the committee reports and a couple other things surrounding that. So is the intention that if we move it to a workshop, then there'll be possibility of more dialogue? So then a chair could say, this is an issue, the board could respond, and it would be more of a conversation like they were asking for at the quarterly sit-downs?
Yes, that's the intent.
Can we put that more explicitly in the policy? So the committee reports are being moved to this day to ensure that there is dialogue over the things that they're bringing.
Ms. Batista.
Sure. There could be just a short couple of words saying to ensure.
Just so it's explicitly clear that the reason we're doing this is not willy-nilly, but to bring purpose to their reports.
Yes, or to ensure discussion on the reports or something along those lines. Yeah.
And then just, again, clarity on the written requirement of reports. If they attend, they don't need to submit a report, correct?
Ms. Batista or Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Hill.
You are correct. They don't need to submit a written report. However, if there are any formal, not motions, recommendations, then they will have to submit that one pager only.
Okay. Can we also put that in the policy that if you are attending, no written report is required?
Yeah, I think that was the intention, that you give a
Yeah.
verbal report, but if you're not here, but they can tweak the.
We can put it, but again, if they have you have to have a recommendation, then we're
Yeah.
asking them to fill the one pager to offer the board backup information to their one
Yeah.
pager, recommendation.
Okay.
So just wanted to say on letter C on page 9 states that they don't have to submit that report if they attend.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, perfect. I missed that.
Did I say C or E? I mean E. It's E.
Awesome. And then on the written report, because I know there are chairs and like of different committees that actually go out to the schools and they do kind of parent casework, for lack of a better name. Would that on the report fall under like areas of interest and concern? So it's not just committees that are meeting and the votes that they've had, it's actually the discussions they're having in the committees and so on and so forth.
I think that's in the report.
Yes, I'm asking if that's where it falls in the report.
If they're doing a site visit?
No, so I've heard concerns that committees do more than just vote on things. And they have discussions or they do casework and stuff like that. So I'm just making sure that this form, that would fall under number 8.
You're asking to see
On
what
on attachment A,
attachment A.
there's all these things that they have to fill out. So would something like casework or community discussion, committee discussion fall under 8?
I would argue it would.
Solid. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. A lot to go over here. Well, firstly, I'm not a fan of, from my words, of cutting out the public from being partners with us in the school board. I feel this recommendation, some of them, are basically, if somebody who's on staff or whatever the chair they may be or part of a committee, I think they have the God-given right to come in and say anything that they want to do, as long as it wasn't defamatory. But it has to do with education, I understand. But I don't think we lose our cognitive ability, unless you fall off a horse, cognitive ability because you're now a chair of something or part of the committee. I'm not loving this, so I'm not a fan, especially from my words again, that I feel that they're being cut out, and maybe there's a better way to get around it. And if this is going to be coming to the meeting for a vote, then I will probably have motions at that time. So, thank you.
Mrs. Rupert, did you want to give some suggestions so they could tweak it before it comes to the meeting?
I will, but not right now on the time level of it, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I threw my other piece of wet paper away, so this is a brand new copy without my notes on it.
Gotcha. Okay. Mrs. McCarthy Bowman.
First of all, Chair, I appreciate the background that you gave so that the intent of the policy change was clear. I think that, the intent is to facilitate more dialogue and communication instead of staunching it. So, and hopefully that'll be the outcome. In terms of placing the advisory committee reports on the workshops, I think that's a good idea if that allows us to converse with them and allows us to have better communication with them, because I think that that's something that I'm hearing just in my short time here as a concern. So if we have a forum for us to do that more easily, then I think that that's great. To Dr. Zeman's point about reviewing reports and things of that nature, I think, if we had all the infinite time, then we would go to every advisory meeting and see what's going on in every meeting, but we can't. That's why we have the advisory committee. So if we have the ability to read kind of a summary and understand what their concerns are, in writing. That's always easier for me to see. I don't know if that puts undue influence on somebody, but to be able to prepare, understand the issues, reach out to people if you need to before the meeting so you have a better idea what's going on. That's just, I think we just need to work to have better communication so that everyone feels heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
Thank you. In going back to Ms. Leonardi's conversation, I think I'm familiar with the case that you were citing to the Moms for Liberty. Is that just this past year, 2024?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In that case, wasn't the person speaking referred to some people as, I think, left-wing radicals or something like that? Yes?
Precisely.
And then the court said that was not defamatory. It was free speech, and they were entitled to make that statement. So I think we, as a board, should be very, very careful about our attempts to restrict free speech, because that is, and statements like that don't have to be proved because it's a matter of opinion in certain things. So therefore, they're entitled to voice them. And if someone's upset about something, I even think the case said that, this is not a place to play nicey-nicey. This is where you get emotionally charged. We should expect that. And that people get to air their grievances, whether you like them or not, whether they're said politely or not. It's not about decorum. It's about people publicly being able to express themselves without being censored. So I just don't want to put us in a position where we are subjected to liability based on the statements that you were making about general statements that no one in the school district can really be criticized. Well, it was about teachers doing things, and there was no mention of any specific teacher, so you're talking about the district as a whole, I'm assuming. But I don't know that that would hold a lot of water in the event the ruling of that case being handed down. In addition to that, I just think even looking at this policy, the restrictions, I don't see why placards and small signs that are non-obtrusive are not allowed if they're not offensive, as far as they're not violent, they're not pornographic, or they're not obscene, and it's not during election and they're politically motivated. I don't know why someone can't say that they're upset about something, why they can't voice it. I don't know why. I'm assuming that you're saying board members aren't allowed to do that as well. I don't know that a board can censor other board members when it's free speech, when it's not anything violent, pornographic, or offensive as far as being obscene. And lastly, I would just say, too, that I came in here about, 2 meetings ago, and I was wearing my Trump pin. And I was told that I couldn't wear it. Unfortunately for me, I had checked with legal before even wearing it. It's not political. I'm supporting the incoming president. And I have my flag, so shows my flag pin that shows that I support the country as a whole. So during a non-election, when there's not election cycle, there's not anybody running, that is not a political statement. That is a statement of support for the commander-in-chief of the country that I reside in. So I just want to say things are not all off limits like they've been portrayed in the past. People have the right to their voices, and they have the right to their opinions. And in the past, we've shut down too many opinions by saying that religious statements are hate speech, and that people are bigots. So if we're going to be throwing them out as board members to audience members, then you have no right to expect a different standard from the people standing in that audience, and you have no right to defame them. Do you have proof they're bigots, or is that just your opinion? Do you have proof that that religious language they've quoted is hateful, or is that just your opinion? So I'd be very careful and tread water very carefully. Thank you.
Ms. Batista?
Yes, thank you. So just a couple of clarifications. The Moms for Liberty case talked about decorum, and it talked about unreasonable restrictions. So there is a right that the board has to maintain decorum during the meetings. There is the right that the chair has to rule someone out of order if that person is disruptive, regardless of what they're saying. So if their conduct of the person or the words of the person are inappropriate for the forum that we're in, which is a school district trying to conduct business related to education, those items would be properly ruled out of order. However, to your point, Mrs. Pham, you are correct that there are many things that people can say within the First Amendment that even if they are, there's a group of people that may not agree with it, that doesn't mean that it's not something that cannot be stated during a board meeting, as long as it relates to education or the agenda, as the case may be. The item-related placards and signs, that's something that has been part of the policy for a very long time. And it is a neutral restriction because the board is not saying we are prohibiting placards or we're prohibiting signs that state a particular sentiment. They're just prohibited across the board. That is not unreasonable. It's not, there are other ways to share the information that the placard would have, which would be through making a statement at the board meeting or sharing a comment in the website. I also wanted to address one of the speakers had said that in the past, there was in the prior policy, not this that is before you now, that a person submitted written comment would go, if they submitted a written comment, then they did not have the opportunity to speak, and that's been taken out of this iteration of the policy.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So I appreciate this coming forward to a workshop and then to the school board meeting to be voted on. I think that it's commendable to you, Mrs. Hickson, to try to figure out how to be more efficient within our meetings, because it is a very difficult job when there's so many things to manage. So I think that's a great idea. However, I think that we might be moving a little bit too fast because a lot of these changes, we haven't gotten buy-in, to my knowledge. I haven't seen it from our committee chairs, from our public. I mean, there's 2 people here today, and this will impact a lot of things that we've been doing for years. One of the things that I heard today that I was a little bit surprised about, because I've never seen this happen, I've never seen us go back and forth in a workshop setting with public speakers. I've never seen that, and I was told, I heard today from Ms. Batista that we, I guess, can do that. So that's new. I don't think we've ever done it. It's always been a hard line that with public speakers, we're not going back and forth with them in a workshop. So I think this should be looped. My first question is, what would the time frame of looping, what would that look like?
Mr. Sullivan.
It depends on the committees that you wanted to loop and when they would meet. So right now, if we did not loop it, and the board were to vote on this, it wouldn't be able to vote into the February board meeting, which would mean this wouldn't be effective until March. If you loop that, then you're probably looking realistically an April, but more likely a May implementation.
So I'm okay with that, with a 2-month delay, because I think that this is a huge change from what we always have done. And again, to make some change for things to be more efficient and positive, great. But I think we didn't get buy-in from our key stakeholders, which is our public and our committees, to make these drastic changes in the way that we want to go about public speakers. And I think that it will flow a lot better if we loop it.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Before I had asked some questions, but I didn't make myself clear about the policy proposals and the changes. I support them. I think in the interest of efficiency and timeliness, which is the intent of the policy changes, I would like to just move forward with our rulemaking. I don't think that this particularly needs to be looped, and I look forward to more expeditious meetings as a result of these changes if they move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I made a suggestion, Dr. Zeman made an alternate suggestion, so I'd also like to get clarity for the staff on whether we want to include or exclude the public, the general public comments in that 10-minute time frame for the total public speaking, because there's just two of us said something about it and we are not in agreement. So I think staff would really need to know better on that. So let's, I guess, get a consensus on that and whether we feel this should be looped or not. So I'll go the other way. Mrs. Pham. No worries. Do you feel it should be looped? And on page 7, do you want to keep the word including that person's general comments or change it to excluding?
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
So right now, the way it's written, as the chair has said, it would include their public comment. So the 3 minutes would count against their 10, which means they would have 7 minutes. The proposed change from the chair would exclude, meaning those 3 minutes will not impact their 10 minutes.
Exclude, that it would not impact the 10 minutes. I think we need to hear more from the public.
And do you feel that this rules of order, for which is really a school board prerogative, do you feel it should be looped, or should we move ahead with rulemaking?
I think in light of some of the recent changes and rulings by the court, I think you definitely should loop it and re-review, because I'm finding myself that the conversation is being stifled in board hearings, and based on that case, I don't think that we're going to survive a lawsuit if one hits us.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson? Oh, and where will we have to be specific on where it gets looped.
I guess we could wait until the end to see if there's...
Okay. Board Member Thompson.
I'm so sorry. Can we go over the 2 public speaking options again?
Sure.
Right. Go ahead.
So right now, the way it's written, their public comment would count towards their 10 minutes, meaning if I'm a public speaker, I now only have 7 minutes.
But I thought we were giving them 5.
No, they get 10 in total.
General public speaking, it's different than for...
This is when they come to speak on any issue they want.
They get 5.
In public comment, they get 3 minutes. This is if you just you're not signing up on an item. You're just coming public speaker. We usually do 10. So the way it's written now, if those 3 minutes in your general comments would count towards your 10 minutes for board items, meaning you would only have 7.
I'm caught up. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I think excluding it.
Okay. And looping?
I could go either way, but I think so we can get business done more efficiently, I'm fine with not looping this particular policy.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
Include and no looping.
Okay. Mrs. Leonardi?
Exclude, no looping.
Okay. I'm exclude and no looping. Ms. Rupert?
Same.
Ms. McCarthy Bowman?
Exclude, no looping.
Okay. Mrs. Alhuda?
Looping, include.
Okay. And Dr. Holness? Okay.
So I believe the direction of the consensus is to go with your motion or your change, I should say, where their 3 minutes would not count towards their 10 and not to loop the policy.
Okay. Mrs. I did it right. Okay. Okay.
Right, Hill?
Anybody else have anything on? Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify about the speaking with the public during the workshop. My understanding was that we would just be able to speak with the advisory committee members during the workshop, not necessarily engaging with the public, because that's not really the public. They're actually there
Right,
on the
they would
agenda.
be the presenters.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Oh, Ms. Batista.
So there is a specific rule under Chapter 120 for rulemaking, and that's under the Administrative Procedures Act. When you hold a workshop, and part of the workshop is rulemaking, you allow for the public to come and ask questions regarding the policy, and then whoever are the employees, staff of the district that have dealt with that policy need to be present to answer questions from the public. So that's the one time during a workshop when you would be able to go back and forth, or not necessarily back and forth, but just be able to answer questions from the public related to specifically the policy. And that's it. That's the only time.
Mrs. Rupert, did you have something else?
Sorry, I just wanted to ask one more time. Currently, what is it's 10 minutes with 3?
The current policy, before changing, they get up to 15 minutes, which includes their public comment, and up to 5 items.
Okay.
The draft before the recommendation would be they get 5 minutes before the consent items, 5 minutes before the open items, and they can speak on any item. So if they wanted to, they could speak on every single item as long as they do it within 5 minutes. The public comment would count towards those 10 minutes. So if they do a public comment, they would only have 7 minutes. But the board, through consensus, excluded the public comment towards the 10 minutes. So they'll get 5 minutes for the consent items and 5 minutes for the open items. If they don't utilize either of those 10 minutes for those purposes, then they would have the remaining time or the whole 10 minutes for motions by the board if there were any changes.
Okay.
Rulemaking. Let's do it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My question mainly is that's still really difficult. Even though you have it, maybe you have to do it that way there, but you're really going to have to do some selling to people about, okay, you have to learn which of the consent items are. And I just think you should just make it 10 minutes. Because then, and you could say, if you've got it, the consent items are always first. So if they're interested in one of the early items, they're going to come then.
I hear what you're saying, but
Yeah.
It's kind of early though. Excuse me. Again, trying to be respectful of people's time. If they only want to speak to the double letter items, which are the open items, which are the things that we actually discuss, they could come a little later in the meeting.
Yeah,
and
but
have
they won't.
the time to
People
do that.
see. I didn't even understand that. I mean, I was sitting there going, "Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
When would I come if I was going to speak on this first?" So I think that's unclear.
Yeah,
You, I don't like it that you're putting it in policy like that.
Well,
Just think about that.
We hear that, and we'll have to see what it looks like when we pass the policy. This is just a conversation right now, so we hear what you're saying, so we'll take it into account. Yes, Ms. Rupert, and then.
Thank you. To actually use an olive branch here, could we push it to another workshop? I know that sounds crazy. People are going to go nuts, but I think if we don't start out clearly, it's going to affect what they're doing. So that's just me.
Miss Dr. Holness. Speaking.
Thought we don't. Okay. I heard the speaker, and I think 10 minutes in general is the way we should go. And we exclude, as you mentioned, because I think once we start to get a little bit more fragmented in the time, it creates confusion. So 10 minutes total. I think a public member will be responsible if they want to use all of it for consent or they want to save some for non-consent. They make that decision. But we give them 10 minutes and we exclude, as you mentioned.
Okay. Well, we're just, doesn't matter to me. I just, they're completely.
So if I may, Chair, to add to what you're saying, so historically speaking, most of the public speak on open items and not consent items. So by splitting it this way, you're really allowing, by the time we get to the open items, it's probably going to be sometime around 10. So they don't have to come here first thing in the morning. Some folks need to drop off their students or for whatever reason can't make that morning. This is giving them the opportunity to, because if you put the 10 minutes in the front end, that means they would have to be here for the beginning of the meeting. So that's the only thing I would caution. And I think that's what the chair was saying.
I think you're missing Judy's point, though, which is interesting. If you're a member of the public and you want to come and talk about some things, and you know you have 10 minutes to talk throughout the meeting, you can focus your time on the things that matter the most, and you can keep track of it. I'm not even sure that staff can keep track of the rules that are written right now, 5, 5, and 3, because it's going to be a real challenge to keep a book on whether it was a consent, open, or public speaking time, but it definitely would confuse the public. But if everyone had 10 minutes across consent, open, or public speaking, it'd be easy for them to allocate their time to what they cared about the most. They'd feel like they weren't constrained in any kind of artificial way.
It's fine, but they would have to be at the beginning, and you would also, they would have to be in the beginning because you want them to speak on the item before you vote on it.
I'm sorry, but we allow them to speak before consent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they can speak during public speaking time as well, for a total of 10 minutes.
But depending on when they took that time, in theory, you could have passed the items. That's why we're putting it before the board passes the consent and before the open items. You're allowing the public to speak before you take action. So if you do the 10 minutes, whenever, you would have to put it in the beginning. Otherwise, you would vote on stuff before they spoke.
If you did it after consent.
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody has to be here to sign up, because the way you've done it before, you know, you're going to allow them to go ahead and sign up throughout the day or whenever they get here. Is that going to be the same process?
So we would, so you would have to, if it stays with the split time, you would have to utilize those times before the board took action. So if you weren't here, once they passed the consent items, then you would have to sign up for it before they got to the consent items or the open items.
But if they wanted to speak on the consent item, they would be here. So,
yeah, that's
and
fine.
if they didn't want to, then if you're still allowing them to sign up.
Yeah, we're still, it's just that the sign up process isn't really changing. It's when you just have to be here before they pass. If you're speaking on consent items, then you need to be registered before they close the consent item.
Will I speak before each item?
No.
If
No.
I don't, so then I guess the best way you could do it is you could say, we will do the consent items from this time to this time, but at 10 o'clock, you need to keep a specific time when you're going to do the rest of the items then, or something like that. Even if you're not done with the consent items,
Right.
you could do it that way. So that's the only way I can
I hear you.
finagle it.
Thank you for the input. Okay, anybody else? All right, you have your.
Yeah.
This is rulemaking, only because it's rulemaking.
Got your harmonica. Let's go.
Well, don't start singing, but it's an open mic.
Thank you. I really just want to emphasize a point. There were things that I said up here, and I wonder if I just spoke into the wind. I thoroughly appreciate where efforts are made to try to open up dialogue, but there are some very restrictive elements here, specifically restrictive on advisory chairs. I know there are other concerns that have been voiced around this table as well about the general public. So I'm very confused because I was actually at the at that workshop that we had with you, and we did put forward suggestions or frustrations and input about how we could be collaborating and communicating in better ways. And this doesn't reflect that, and yet it's being represented that it does. I'm very concerned that an item about stakeholder input is not going to be subjected to the process of stakeholder input, looping. This is going to affect advisory chairs. We are at full stretch. We are volunteers. We are doing our best. I feel that some of this is possibly targeted at limiting, what you hear rather than necessarily who you hear from. And I'm just appalled and really confused about some of these changes and the lack of awareness of what the effect of them is going to be, which is going to be to constrain advisory chairs. It doesn't say we can come to a workshop and discuss our concerns. It's saying instead of coming to a regular school board meeting, you now want us to come and speak our 5 minutes at a workshop and go again. It doesn't say there's going to be open discussion. If you were saying once a month you're going to meet with us and we would be able to further discuss the concerns we're bringing up, that would be the model you've described, Madam Chair. But what's written and what's being described here are two different things. We're being one more thinged on the meetings we will have to attend and the things we will have to do and the things we'll be able to speak about. And I am so deeply upset to have spent time coming here to provide constructive feedback so that we can find ways of all listening to and speaking to each other better. And to make the point that we don't just hold meetings and pass motions and recommendations. We do so much more. And for that to have not even been heard, I think kind of sums up, if we're trying to restrict listening, we need to be listening to folks, and this is going to be restricting the ability of advisory chairs to do so, public as well, but specifically the advisory effect. This is not a summarization of the positive things that all of you folks and we folks spoke about doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, I'm still going.
All right.
All right.
Yeah,
we're
gonna
from what
wrap
she
this
said,
up.
though, but there is one thing. If you didn't, I didn't understand that you could go back and forth. Where was that written anywhere for the public to know that we could go back and forth? That was told to us here, and we didn't even understand it exactly, and so we sat there for a while and didn't say anything. So I agree with whoever said, do another workshop, at least, because then you could get the committee people here, and you could at least get input from people. And it just appears you're ignoring people. And as she just said, you don't want to ignore those people. Those are the people that are doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to mention that we did email this to all the committee chairs and did tell them this was going to be an item at today's workshop.
Okay,
May I speak to that? You do say about having a representatives to speak on behalf of a large group of people. A number of them I've been texting with right now can't be here because of the time. It was the last meeting on the agenda, last item on the agenda. We're picking up kids. I've had to delegate somebody else to pick up my kid, and I'm actually meant to be 200 miles away. I came for this. Secondly, is the first reaction when a number of us saw this was just, here we go again, in the same way as the proposals to shake up Policy 1070. It feels like we are just constantly under attack. I feel that, a number of others do, and they have articulated to me on here right now on the text where I'm saying, where are you folks? And it's just like, why even bother? That's where we're at. Why even bother? Because we don't sense that what we come up here and tell you to try to form between us and you and all together to kind of shape, like a piece of clay, shape something that's going to be amenable to everybody. We don't feel that shaping happens. We're speaking into the wind, and that's why some folks aren't here too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify, so it's not that it becomes, the workshop piece related to policies becomes open mic. It's just an opportunity for the public to address any questions they have related to the policy and for staff to respond to those questions. That's what the law provides for.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Can you clarify, though, because you spoke earlier to say that we would be going back and forth. So what I would understand that would be if staff said something and then the public speaker had a question on what they said, and it's conversation back and forth. Is that going to happen or not going to happen?
So I think the best way to probably address this is to include something in Policy 1020, specifically as to rulemaking workshops, and define what the law states so that there is clarity for both the board and the public.
Okay, but can you clarify, is the intent of the law for it to be going back and forth with the public speaker?
the intent of the law is for the board to actually not even be here. The law says that when you have a rulemaking, the rulemaking is with staff and the public. And it goes between staff and the public related to any questions that the public may have related to the policy. So we have sort of like a hybrid here that is a little bit different. So that's why perhaps it's not working quite correctly.
Okay, so then that gives me greater concern. If the law is between, that the board shouldn't even be part of the conversation at that time.
It's not required. It's not prohibited, but it's not required for the board to be here.
Then we should be following the law, and then, then when we are together, we could be focused on different things. And then staff can meet with the public and go through the rulemaking. So apparently we've been doing it differently, I'll just say.
So the way that is different is that we do a workshop, the district, Broward does a workshop for every policy that comes along. The law does not require you to have a workshop for every policy. Broward does. So the only place that you do a workshop is here with the board. The way that a workshop is looked at under Chapter 120 is that you do a workshop related to policy making, and then you would just have the policy, the staff that had to do with the writing of the policy, the public so that they can get their questions answered, and the board would not normally be present.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
I am so sorry. I couldn't help but hear, and I think Dr. Wanza was trying to make a comment and on the same issue, and I'm not sure if it would be appropriate for her to do that, but I did hear that in the background, and I would like to hear her input.
Dr. Wanza, did you have something to add?
Happy New Year. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. I got to get it right. So I'll go back 15 years. The process about 15 years ago, there was an initial workshop item that was published as a part of the regular workshop. It was not published as rulemaking for a policy, if you will. That's when staff would come because it was time for a policy to be revised or something precipitated, the need for some language to be revised. Staff would come and really just have a working just a informational kind of guidance session with the board. The board would then give direction. Ms. Rupert shaking her head. She may remember parts of it. The board would then give direction to staff to say, yes, this policy does need to be revised, reworked, whatever you want to call it. We would get some direction around looping and just where we were going. Then we would actually advertise a rulemaking meeting that was not a part of a board meeting. It would be 5, 6 o'clock or whatever in the evening. It would be in the pre-function room. It would be at a school. It would be at some centrally located place so that the public can come and provide their input. And that's when staff would ask all the questions, get the input. Then we would advertise and come back to the board in a conversation with the board and provide for the board. We've gone out to, we had a formal meeting that was advertised in the paper. We've gone through the looping process, and this is the information we received. We then got feedback from the board in that workshop setting. And then there was, then it was packaged again for a final to be presented to the board for the actual final. So it was rule development and then rulemaking. So it was done that way. And then over the years, the process changed some kind of way, and we've gotten down to the 2 meetings that we have now. But like I said, I'm going back 15, probably 17 years. I remember when we did the policy on secondary school parking, adult education fees, and that's how those processes work. So,
thank you. So I would ask, just from what you just said, looping was or to Ms. Batista, looping was the first part of, like, it looped and then came to the school board. That's what it sounds like. Instead of having a first school board workshop, it would loop and then come to us.
No, we actually, so the workshop agenda would publish, and we would just put policy, whatever this policy number is. It wasn't advertised as an official rulemaking or rule development session. It was actually, and I said this one time and I was misquoted, but it was almost like planning for the official rule development and rulemaking process, so that the board, because the communication loop policy now says that the board gives us, the board of the superintendent gives direction on what is to be looped, what is to, so we would come and say, and for example, when we did the one, I think some of you were here, when we did the one around the graduation speeches. We came and had the conversation first. We knew who we were going to loop to, who we were going to have the meeting. So we went and did all of that. And then we came to the board because we had gotten direction on this is looping, this is what we're looking at, go out and get feedback so that all of those questions were answered. And then we came and advertised for formal rule development and then rulemaking.
Ms.
So
Batista.
yes, the looping has nothing to do with rulemaking.
It doesn't.
It has probably the same effect as the rulemaking, and the looping are similar in that respect, but the workshops are very specifically prescribed by the Administrative Procedures Act. They don't have to be done. Workshops don't have to be done at all on a policy. They are supposed to be requested by either the public or someone that they want a workshop. At some point, the board decided through Policy 1000, which is the policy, that the board wanted to have a workshop on every policy, and that's how this process was created.
Thank you for all of that history. Anybody else? Yes. Ms. Board Member Thompson.
So just one more clarification on this back and forth. My understanding was it was just for the advisory chairs so that there would be conversation.
That was my
No, I think
expectation as well, because they're kind of the percent.
we're talking about two different things.
Yeah, she's going back to what.
Yeah,
the
I think that's why
policy is.
I'm confused, because I think that would help clarify that it's not just any public speaker can come up and we're going to have a 20-minute conversation with them.
They can for rulemaking. So the committee chairs, that's only as it relates to committee reports during workshops as the proposed policy. But rulemaking, that's open to everyone.
But that doesn't happen very often. So in general.
So Chair, I think if it's okay with you, maybe Ms. Batista will add some language as it relates specifically to the rules of rulemaking within this rule before we present it to the board for a vote in February.
Okay. As well as including that when the committees give their reports and their recommendations, that there's an opportunity, because they would be the presenters, to have a discussion, which was why we wanted to.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mrs. Fan.
May I interrupt? I'm so sorry, but is anyone else going to the BC PS Showcase tonight at 5? Because it's almost 4 now, and we're going to get caught in traffic as it is. I'm wondering if we can adjourn and I can make a motion. Mr.
We're going to finish. It's 5 to 8, so we'll and we have one more item, so we're going to close it out with Mrs. Alhadeff here.
Okay.
And get to the next one.
Thank you. So if we don't loop, because the majority of the board didn't want to loop this, then I would ask if we can bring it, I don't know what you want to call it, rulemaking or whatever you wanted to call it. We have staff, not with the board, have staff meet with the public in a meeting to go over this policy before this gets brought to us to vote on.
My only comment is what we will do as directed by the board. That just would mean more than likely it would not be presented to the board for a vote in February for implementation in March.
I think we can make it happen.
Just one point of order, though. When was this item added to today's workshop?
It was always on the workshop.
I'm sorry, so it was a week ago? this put on, and
So just so we're clear, the actual policy itself without the proposed changes was uploaded a week prior, and then the changes was uploaded, I believe, on Friday, if not Thursday, but for sure by Friday.
But I do want to remind the board that this policy was advertised 2 weeks ago, notifying the entire public that you would be discussing this policy 2 weeks prior to this workshop.
And we did also email the draft of the changes to the advisory chairs.
I'm with Ms. Rupert on another workshop, by the way. I'm confused about these things. I'd love to tighten them up. I would rather do that than race through this.
Okay, Mrs. Hall.
Can the board, though, weigh in on what I said as far as staff meeting with the public on the policy, as Dr. Wanza explained that could be part of the process?
Well, I think we'd either have a workshop or we would have that meeting. I think doing both is a lot.
Okay. I'm okay with staff meeting with the public without the board.
And then making the changes to bring back. Does that meeting have to be, I'm guessing the meeting has to be advertised?
Sure.
By how long?
I think it's 14 days. So again, just giving you the timeline. If you did that, then more likely you're looking for implementation at April or May board meeting. As it stands right now, this would not be effective until the March because you couldn't vote on it until February, as it stands now. So any changes to that, you're looking 1 or 2 board member meeting delay.
Okay. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been through a lot of iterations of rulemaking and policy changes. Members of the public have approached me. I'm sure they've approached other board members when they have specific solutions to offer about a policy and motions for us to make. I think we need to move forward. I'm not in favor of having another workshop. I am not in favor of having staff meet with the public for, policy changes that the board should be making. Again, I think many of us are open to meeting with constituents and stakeholders and bringing specific solutions to the table. So that's where I am on this. Thank you.
I would like to say that I also would want to move forward, but I have the feeling that if this came to a board meeting, it would be postponed, or there would be so many motion changes that it would be time consuming at a board meeting. So it may make sense to put the time in ahead so that when it gets to a board meeting, we're not spending all this time making motions and doing what we're doing right now at an actual board meeting. So one or the other, I wouldn't want to do both of those things, but I feel like if we don't do one of them, we'll be doing it at a board meeting, and that's what we're trying to streamline and make more efficient. And so I'd say one or the other. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am not in favor of another workshop, but I do agree, and it seems to be in alignment with what Ms. Batista had mentioned, what Board Member Al had have suggested in meeting with the public. That seems to be in alignment, if you could correct me, Ms. Batista, with what you were saying in terms of what the law requires, right? So I think I would much rather go that route, but I'm not in favor of another workshop. But I do think that the staff needs to meet with the public, bring it back to us. It's the correct way to do it in adherence to what Ms. Batista indicated, and I think that would lend itself to a more easy path of this moving forward, even if there's a month or 2 delay.
Okay.
Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Real quick, sorry. So since we haven't done this in a while, I just, the staff's role in a public meeting, is it simply to answer questions, or is it to take back, because we're not the policymaker, so we're not making changes, or are we bringing back their feedback for the board consideration? Because we're not the ones who decide on the policy. So if we're simply there just to answer questions, all I'm saying is the mechanics of doing it, we haven't done it like that in such time. So I just want to be clear from staff's point of view, what is the expectation of us, since we're not the ones making the ultimate policy decision and voting?
Dr. Hepburn.
No, I'm just agreeing with Mr. Sullivan. I was going to ask the same question. What are the parameters around this meeting? What do you want us to bring back? Again, we're not the policy makers or approving the policy. We're just gathering feedback and answering questions. So I was going to ask the same question that Mr. Sullivan just presented.
Ms. Batista?
So that's the way that it was done, as Dr. Wansa explained a long time ago, because we were adhering to the statute a little more closely than we are now. So there would be a workshop, in quotation marks. Workshop meant that you would bring the policy with staff, and then you would bring back whatever comments were made, and you would answer questions for the public related to the policy. So yes, to what Mr. Sullivan said, in summary.
Mrs. Rupert?
I just wanted to weigh in, and I liked Lori's suggestion.
Mrs. McCarthy Bowman?
I do as well. I think that'll be the most streamlined way to do it.
Okay, so seems like you have your direction that you're going to have, I would call it a hybrid looping sort of, I guess, to take it back. You'll have to advertise that, and then.
But again, for clarity, staff is there to answer questions on the draft that we just presented. We're not bringing back feedback. We're just answering questions to the public.
No, I think aren't they supposed to bring the feedback from, you bring back the feedback from the public,
So we answer questions and bring back their feedback.
and then the board would decide what they wanted to incorporate, which would, I guess, require another workshop.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Kinda-
Sounds like.
Okay, I'm clear. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
Are we going to use the exact draft that we have right now, or is there any room for that to be updated a little bit and then brought back before you?
Well, I think
presents it?
based on the discussions we
Today.
had today, they would update it with what
Okay, so we
what
could-
we've added
okay.
today. Mrs. Alhada?
But would it require another workshop? Can staff put it together in an agenda item based on the superintendent's, and then he's bringing a recommendation to the board based on the feedback from the public?
I don't believe we need another workshop.
Right, it would come to a board meeting.
But, well,
with-
someone just said workshop it again.
No, it just felt like, it does feel like if they're taking recommendations, how do we get that? But if the superintendent would say what his recommendation was, then that would come to a board meeting and we would vote.
And we would include the feedback that we received from the public as backup.
Yes.
We might not, his recommendation might not be aligned to theirs, but you would have their feedback.
Correct.
Know what you're looking at when you go to the board.
Yes,
Yes,
that's what he
absolutely.
said. Okay, great. All righty, so you have your direction.
Crystal
Okay.
clear. Thank you.
Thank you. The last item, the Chief Auditor Appraisal System. I will now turn it over to staff again for a brief presentation.
Good afternoon. Heather Parente, Director of Employee Evaluations, here to present the Chief Auditor Appraisal System. I do realize that you received the material, so I am happy to go through a brief presentation or collect the feedback that you have for us based on your review.
Madam Chair, would you like us to go through the presentation or go straight to questions?
I think you could go straight to questions.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Is there any board, any public comment? No public comment.
No public comment.
Okay, board member comments. Board Member Thompson.
Thank you. I just wanted to see, is there previous precedent for Objective 1 where we're getting the advisory committee's survey?
We did use this system with the previous chief auditor, but during that time, the 3 objectives that individual used did not include a survey.
So we've gotten their feedback on his performance before, but it wasn't what we evaluate him on.
There was no feedback from the audit committee that was included in the evaluation, correct?
Okay. And is there any other person that's a direct report where we use survey data?
There are some administrators that have as an objective maybe improving.
Like our direct report, so the Ms.
To
Batista.
General Counsel.
But, I apologize. There is no survey feedback that is included in either one of those evaluations.
Okay, so I would feel more comfortable either changing this objective completely because I don't, or my concerns with it is I don't feel like it gives a full picture of the work you are doing. It is only one committee, and the fact that it's a third of your evaluation, I don't feel like it gives a proper picture of the work you're doing. So if you wanted to use a survey type objective, I would be more comfortable with it including all of your quote clients. So the people you have audited, principals, district staff, like a better picture of the performance you're doing. That way there's no biases with just one person. My other feedback is for objective 2. I think it's great to attend meetings. It expands your learning. However, it seems to me that it's just a box being checked. You can attend a meeting via Zoom and that would count for something. I would like you to attend the 5 trainings. However, I would like to include, and part of this objective is that you create a strategy or a plan to do district-wide training. So you would go to those 5 trainings before your April 30th date, and then you would bring to the board, it doesn't have to be during a meeting, it can be via email, that this is my plan to make sure schools and district staff are all aligned with best audit practices. That's my comments. Thank you.
Hold on, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much.
Mr. Wait,
I
Mr. Rhodes had something he wanted to.
I just wanted to respond. I think you made good points. But the one thing that I was looking at was not so much that it would be a survey, but that is a significant part of my job and a significant number of individuals that I interact with and that I provide both service and information to. And so I understand the point that you're making, and I would be interested to know if there's a different way of being evaluated on that part of my function, because that part of my function is more routine and more repetitive with the same group of people who would be able to have some input into what it is that I do, as opposed to people that I might interact with once every 3 or 4 years, depending on the type of audit that I'm doing. That was one thing, and the other thing was the training portion is that there's a responsibility that I have to get continuous education credits anyway. And so one of the things that I wanted to try to do was try to develop and become a subject matter expert in how to implement AI and other methodologies into our audit steps and to the way that we manage our audits and prepare for our audits. And it was more that as an operational objective than it was a simple training method. It was, again, as I see across the district, that AI is becoming more and more a part of what's going on, and I also understand that it's something that has to be very thoughtfully and carefully implemented in order to use it correctly. I just wanted to provide that feedback to see if that had any impact on you or any others who are looking at these different objectives that we've put together.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you for that clarification. For the training, I see your point and I do think that's valid. However, to make SMART goals that we can evaluate on, I would like a task associated with it. And we can't really measure the knowledge you've gained from something. So I can attend a training on AI and there's no real proof that any of that, not saying that you wouldn't absorb the knowledge and use it to the best of your ability, but there's nothing that I can measure or grade you on or evaluate you on just by attending a class. That's why my suggestion was to incorporate some kind of product that you have from that. If someone else has a better suggestion, awesome. I just truly feel that we are evaluating you on all of your functions, and I don't feel that the advisory committee is such a large portion of your job. I think the other things you do are so vital to our district that if we are going to use a survey component, it needs to include everyone you interact with. Otherwise, I'm happy for you to change that objective as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. What Ms. Thompson brings up, I agree with 1,000%. And in particular, having members of an advisory committee assess, in my view, your role is the role of a leader, not an individual performer. And I appreciate the critical nature of interacting with all advisory committees and with senior staff and the like. My alternative to this would be to survey folks that have been audited so that your team's performance in auditing people could be assessed. And that would be great feedback to me. I'd love to know what the principals think of your audit team that goes out, because you manage and lead them. And therefore, when they go out to a school to do an audit, how they present themselves, how they gather the data, how they present their findings, how they gather data is a reflection on your leadership. And my view of you is as very, very senior leader in this organization, not so much an individual performer. On the training issue, like Ms. Thompson, I'd prefer you to attend these courses and then either come and train us on what you've learned, or train your staff on what you've learned, or train principals on something. If you learn a really cool thing in data analytics that would be applicable, you could record a course and distribute it out through teams, and folks could benefit from that. And then on the succession plan, the most critical part of succession plan is developing pools of candidates for your senior management jobs. And those pools can be fully qualified now to move up, needs another year or two of experience, or needs more than 2 years of experience to be fully qualified. That information tells us, as your rating senior, whether or not you've been working with people to figure out who's fully qualified today to move up, who still needs a little bit more time, and maybe specifically what, you don't have to tell us what they're doing, but you're guiding them to get the critical experience that they would need to promote, and then others who are just not quite ready to be developed and moved up. So I love the idea. I think leadership is all about two things: performing your job and then building a team of people to come behind you. And that's to me the best working definition of leadership. But you as an individual performer, you wouldn't be eligible for this job if you weren't a great auditor. And so I got that. You're technically brilliant at what auditing requires you to do. The next step is, how do you lead? I think you have 37 or so position. 32. Boy, we've gotten light. Thank you very much for saving us some money. But 32 is a lot. And the function that they do is, to me, significantly more important than your individual relations with the audit committee. And so that's what I would ask us to think in those directions on those three performance.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, thank you. I agree completely with Ms. Thompson's recommendations. And, I think particularly if we're going to include a survey of, end users, I think principals would be very good to include in that, if that's the route that we go in, or changing the objective in its entirety. The other piece that I wanted to add on page 8, where it says professional responsibilities, the first bullet point creates and maintains professional working relationships with the board, district staff, and stakeholders. I would add the audit committee to that. And those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. McCarthy-Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Ms. Thompson. I'd like to see an expanded survey pool, because I think that will speak more to the breadth of work that you're doing, and also some kind of a deliverable from the training, because I agree. I mean, you can go to 5 million trainings and it's uncertain or clear if you were paying attention or what you bring back from that. And to Dr. Zeman's point, the third objective in terms of identifying those pools, I think, like one of the most important things that you can have in an organization is building a bench. And when you have those gaps, you can really feel it when people leave. So that, I think if that becomes a little bit clearer, that that's the objective, I think that would be fantastic as well.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am certainly in agreement with Dr. Zeman and Ms. Thompson regarding Objective 1. There needs to be a wider scope of individuals that can provide relevant feedback as to job performance. I think it's very limited if we just stick to the audit committee. So I'd like to see that change. Objective 2, I think it's important that there is some measure of application from the training that is evident. And so whatever that is, whether it's a report from regarding the how the training was useful and how it was applied to the job, then I think that's necessary. And also for Objective 3, as Dr. Zeman mentioned, it's important to show that you're able to build leadership capacity and build depth within your team. So I'd like to see more substantive, as far as indicative of what of building leadership capacity within your team, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
I concur with all of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Me too.
Oh, okay. We're good. Just one last thing. I don't like the fact that our evaluation is going to be based on somebody else's survey results. Like I would rather it be about the audits that were being done. I mean, it's 25% of the evaluation. You could put that in the other part, like on page. I got a light. What page is this? On page 7, under audit strategy, completes portions of the approved audit. I would rather that be the objective, and then you put the survey where it has the lesser amount of impact on the evaluation. I think that objective should be about his job, which is auditing things. So I agree with everything else everyone else has said, but I actually would like to see Objective 1 be more about completing audits and being on time with the audits that are doing, and the audit survey could move up to those performance factors and be something in there. I'm not saying that their survey isn't important to us, but I don't think it should be 25% of how we're evaluating and saying, and we don't know what's on there.
Madam Chair, point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
My understanding is that the 25% is inclusive of the 3 objectives to which the survey is a part of that 25%. Is
That's
that correct?
Okay.
So 8.33.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Okay.
I was thinking of it the other way, so I thought they were all 25%.
No, 25% is just.
I got you.
Right.
Okay. All right. I still have a concern about us doing his evaluation based on someone else's survey. So, but anyway, thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yep, I'm with you. So I think Ms. Thompson said to either just change the objective altogether, or if we are going to stick with survey results, to include more of the end user. So I'm with you on just changing it all together.
Yeah. Anybody else? I'm going to change it. Okay, changing it. Anybody else?
I actually think that our principals are like a really cool group of people to talk to. They get audited. There's a group of them every year that gets a really serious audit. And how the audit team performs in our school, to me, is very important to the duties of the chief auditor. And so, yes, we could add an objective and say, performance measures on actually performing the audit plan. Did you get all the audits that are required and the like? But I actually really like the idea of getting feedback from our key player, the school leader, on how well those audits went, in terms of the chief auditor training his team to go to our schools and perform that critical function. So that's just my view on why that audience is actually worth getting feedback from.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I just was saying move it, not that the survey wouldn't be its own objective, it would move into those performance factors above, and then this would be a new objective. I wasn't getting rid of the
I'm
survey
sorry. Yeah,
altogether.
All good.
Anybody else? All righty. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student success to share? Well, I'll just put a plug in. There is a showcase tonight. Starts at 5 o'clock at the Amarant Theater. It is for anybody and everybody in the district. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, every school in the district will be represented there. And we are really excited to show you why you should choose the best. Choose BCPS. Thank you. The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligations, I now adjourn the meeting. And just a reminder for everyone that your items have to be in Monday at 10 o'clock to be pulled for the agenda item for next week. Thank you. Have a great day.